a genre that took the internet by storm. By 2012, Creepypastas had permanently rooted itself in internet history. Terrifying us or causing us to roll our eyes, we still always returned back for more, as the genre was constantly evolving to new standards, proving that creepypastas and horror itself cannot die. Iceberg videos are formatted to provide you a summarized briefing of information so that the viewer can understand a topic and quickly proceed on to the next. This iceberg will contain 10 tiers, starting off with stories and characters that most will be familiar with, before descending down as each creepypasta becomes more abstract, rare, and unique. Please understand that this is, of course, subjective. There may be stories down the line that you believe are more popular than others, and that's fine. This iceberg was created from a combination of 3 other icebergs, plus some additional stories tossed in from me personally. Now, let's begin. Jeff the Killer. One of the most legendary creepypastas to help spark off the genre. Jeff the Killer was created in 2008, before having its official story written in 2012. However, this story would receive some backlash from the internet for its aged writing style. So, in 2015, a community vote was declared for a remaster of Jeff the Killer. Although there are multiple fandom rewrites and sequels of Jeff the Killer, I am only sticking to the canon and community-approved versions of Jeff. That being said, here are 3 different Jeff the Killer stories. Killer Jeff, the internet's Bloody Mary. Jeff the Killer is apparently a ghost game, similar to that of Bloody Mary. The instructions are that you perform it in a closet, with all lights in the room turned off. Then, you sit down cross-legged. Repeat the sentence, "He's in here with me," 3 times, whilst turning your head back and forth. Then, close your eyes and call out the name, Jeff. Jeff will then appear in front of you and proceed to yell and try to chant harm at you. To make him stop is to stand there and compliment him. Not doing so will result in a disaster. This game would be fabricated by a Newgrounds user, Killer Jeff, in which the legendary image would be created. Only a few months later, on October 3rd, 2008, Killer Jeff would upload a video onto YouTube describing the story and incident of this entity that can be summoned. The video has long since been taken down, but it would be the very first time that lore would be created for Jeff the Killer. The internet would come to learn that Jeff has a brother named Lou, one who is more of a best friend than anything to Jeff. In this story, Lou and Jeff are both adults in their mid-20s and living comfortably in New Jersey. Lou had a computer engineering job, therefore allowing Jeff to be a stay-at-home supportive brother. While at work, Jeff would normally help clean around the house, until one late November, where he was attempting to scrub their bathtub. Jeff had carried cleaning products into the bathroom, but as he attempted to maneuver around the bathroom, he spilled the cleaning products across his body, as the bleach and acidic cleansers ate away at his face, destroying his body. He would attempt to have a restoration surgery performed, but the surgery would only proceed to make him look worse. Jeff's mental state would begin to decay throughout these events, losing his grip on his sanity and morals. He would be able to return home only to finally get a glimpse at what he looks like. The malpractice and chemical burns destroyed his nose, eyelids, and his ability to smile, thus causing him to plunge a knife into his face, carving his own permanent smile. Jeff would have enough, and his murder spree would begin, titling him as Jeff the Killer. Lou would be aware and assist Jeff during all of this. Their crimes would stack endlessly and effortlessly, as Jeff would become a master of his craft, taunting his victims and the police. But as the bodies stacked up, Jeff and Lou agreed to flee Jersey and go their separate ways for a year. Once their bounty began to simmer down, the brothers would meet up again and decide on what to do for the rest of their lives. Seek peace or continue running from the police. They agreed to finally seek out peace moved to a farm in the middle of Ohio with no civilization around them, and they fled. Jeffrey Hodek, 2012. The Bloody Mary phenomena would give Jeff a family, a backstory, and most importantly, a name. But Jeffrey Hodek's story would change in 2012, as he was no longer a chemically burned, financially supported man. His story would now be told with him and Lou being young preteens, Lou being the younger, softer child, and Jeff being the protective older brother. In this 2012 adaptation, Jeff is discussed in past tense, as he was currently still running rampant, filling neighborhoods with fear of them being his next victim. It starts off with a newspaper interview, talking to a surviving victim of Jeff, before rewinding time and then giving us the full story of how Jeff became this way. This time, it's not technically due to an accident. Jeff stands up to bullies who are harassing Lou, throwing punches and stabbing them with the bullies' own knives, safely protecting Lou as they then raced off to school. The police intervened as the bullies spun a story of Lou and Jeff attacking them out of nowhere. And when interrogated, Jeff learns that Lou had said that Jeff was innocent, that Lou was the one who attacked the bullies. Lou would be sent to juvenile prison, and Jeff would be all by himself. Seeking revenge, the bullies later ambushed Jeff at a birthday party, attacking him and dousing him with alcohol after one smashes a bottle of vodka over Jeff's head. Jeff snaps and kills the leader of the group. He runs into the house as the other two kids had guns with them, and they chase after him. Jeff swiftly kills another, but the last one puts up a fight, shoving Jeff into a medical cabinet. A container of bleach falls out of the cabinet and spills on both of the boys as they scream in agony. Jeff recollects himself first and swings a towel rack at the last boy, knocking him to the ground. As blood begins to pool from the kid, he can't help but chuckle as he reaches into his pocket. Jeff asks why he's laughing, and the bully points out that Jeff is covered in bleach and alcohol, and then, suddenly, flicks a lighter and ignites Jeff. The rest of the story kind of falls hand in hand with the original story. Jeff recovers in a hospital, but they can't do anything to save his appearance. His disheveled look drives him insane, and Jeff the killer is born. However, in the end, Jeff would attempt to kill Lou rather than teaming up with him, but Lou would go on to survive the encounter, getting his own spin-off story called Homicidal Lou. The 2012 story would end up receiving so much mockery and hate that in 2015, a community competition would be held onto who could remaster Jeff the Killer's story. Jeff the Killer held a place in people's hearts. Yes, it was extremely cringe, and written rather immaturely and poorly, but this was also something we all grew up with. So, in order to protest the Creepypasta website from taking down the story, a new version would be written instead. Jeffrey Woods, 2015. In the rewrite, the characters remain all the same, and the plot is told very similarly as before, only much more in-depth and less edgy. In both stories, Jeff battles with a deep urge that resides within him, with the 2012 version describing it as a hunger. But in 2015, this urge is written as if it will bring Jeff peace and happiness if he just lets go of his morals. The story follows the same path, dealing with the bullies and defending themselves, but instead of being ambushed at a birthday party, where Jeff murders all of the bullies, he is told that he has to go rekindle a mutual connection with the main bully, Randy, as we discover that Jeff's dad's boss is Randy's father. Having just landed this job, Jeff's mother forces him to spend time with Randy in order to protect the dad's job. Both Jeff and Randy seem to make it up at first, with Randy telling a tale of how the other bullies only hang out with him because he has a lot of money. Jeff and Randy's mom befriend each other and leave the house to go run errands, leaving Jeff and Randy by themselves. Randy leads Jeff to the garage to show him a flare gun that his dad keeps hidden away, only for this to end up becoming the ambush as the other two bullies secretly arrive. With Randy pointing the flare gun at Jeff, similar to the 2012 story, Jeff lets his urges take over and successfully beats up the bullies, mentally stating that he knows Randy doesn't have the courage to actually fire off the flare gun. But this time, Jeff only beats up the bullies instead of killing them, when suddenly, Randy hears his mother pull into the driveway and begins to panic about the flare gun. Going from ringleader to a sobbing, begging mess, Jeff secretly enjoys hearing Randy whine and begins to help him hide the gun. But, in the rush of events, Randy's sweaty hands drop the gun as he goes to remove the flare. The gun falls to the ground and goes off directly in Jeff's face, and the rest becomes history. This time, Jeff does kill his whole family, but spares Lou in the end, simply telling him that he's welcome and that he loves him. And with that, Jeff disappears into the night. The author decided to rewrite Jeffrey Hoduck into Jeffrey Woods, rather as a way to ditch the original writing, or as a way to make Jeff the Killer theirs. Nonetheless, this change of names has even resulted in fan fictions of alternate universes and multiverses. Lastly, in 2018, a 14-year-old teenager would murder his mother via stabbing before shooting her. When arrested and put on trial, he would claim that Jeff the Killer was inside of him, acting as a split personality. He would be sentenced to life in prison. Slender Man. Originating from the Something Awful forums, a thread was made asking users to generate paranormal pictures and to then give them a backstory. With this thread, the first image of Slender Man was created, and interest in the lore had begun. Similar to the Mothman, Slender Man would only appear in public areas as a bad omen, moments before a mass tragedy would occur. Eventually, he would become a kidnapper, hypnotizing children and luring them out into the woods, before murdering them and impaling their bodies on trees. Many different details would begin to take off from here, with him sometimes removing their organs and placing them inside plastic bags to hang off of branches. Other times, he would mind control them and rot their brain permanently so that they would only serve him. These would be referred to as proxies. As for the Slender Man himself, he is a faceless, featureless cryptid that stands at around 6 to 10 feet tall. Tentacles protrude from his body, some debating that they're ligaments by themselves, while others debate that he can grow them out of his body at free will. Unfortunately, Slender Man's lore becomes very complex and very, very contradicting. Many stories claim him to not be a violent entity and to only go after people who have encountered him when they were children. Other stories claim him to be a violent forest beast, lurking and taunting simply to cause mass panic and fear. The longer Slender Man stalks a victim, the greater strain on their mental health, which may be one of his goals. Prolonged stalking causes what has been named slender sickness, which is both a mental and physical disease, and can cause paranoia, nightmares, coughing and difficulty swallowing, convulsions, exhaustion, vomiting, hallucinations, and more. The physical symptoms naturally affect an individual's mental health, but it is believed that Slender Man exerts a direct effect on the mind as well. However, this phenomenon and Slender Man's control over it have yet to be fully explained. When around technology, if close enough, his very presence will begin to distort modern technology. The only attempt at a reason for this is that it is believed that Slender Man and his proxies radiate a strong radiation called Sigma radiation. A multitude of video games have come out based around Slender Man, containing this distorted glitch effect, and eventually, an internet series would begin, rocketing off into massive fame, thus causing Slender Man to get 2 movies made about him. Both were held to high regards, but heavily disliked upon release. The multi-million-dollar movie would become trashed on heavily, due to being more of a cash grab than an actual nod towards its origins. Fuck this movie. I do believe the movie was only made simply because of the real-life murder attempt that took place on May 31st, 2014. In Wisconsin, United States, 2 12-year-old girls lured their friend into a forest and stabbed her 19 times in an attempt to appease the Slender Man. The victim thankfully survived, and the 2 attackers were found not guilty on claims of insanity. The 2 girls were sentenced to a mental institution for 25 years to life. Just a few days after the attack, the Creepypasta community came together to host a 24-hour-long live stream as a way to raise donations for the victim. Eyeless Jack. I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and a dark blue mask with no nose or mouth staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes, just empty black sockets. The creature also had some black substance dripping from its sockets. Jack Nyris, better known as Eyeless Jack, is an enigmatic stalker and killer who breaks into the protagonist's home to torment and steal from them. On June 7th, 2010, the photograph of Eyeless Jack was posted on 4chan, but it wouldn't be until 2 years later that the stories would finally be paired with the image. There would be the canon backstory, the non-canon backstory, and the original story behind the image. Canon. At the age of 19, Jack Nyris was once a normal human of American origin before he was used by a cult as a human sacrifice, which involved the removal of his eyes and a liquid mixture of hot tar and blood being poured into his sockets. The sacrifice failed, however, resulting in the ritual accidentally turning Jack into the eldritch kidney-eating monster that he is now. Non-canon. Jack Nichols was just like any other average college student. His only real friend was his peer and roommate, Greg. Eventually, he found a sort of friendship with another peer, Jenny, and a small group of her friends. Jack later on discovers that the group turns out to be a cult, worshipping a demon named Chernobog, with Jack involuntarily made into a sacrifice to become the son of Chernobog. Jenny and her friends proceed to use Jack by pouring a hot, tar-like substance into his eyes. After he's reborn as a Kanban, a half-demon, he butchers Jenny and the others with a scalpel, ripping off their masks, slashing their throats, and disemboweling them. He took their kidneys afterward, presumably as a sort of prize, or the fact that, in some way, it's related to the cult. The Eyeless Jack story. A man by the name of Mitch moves in with his brother Edwin after his house is foreclosed. A week later, Mitch wakes up with a large gash on his cheek, and after going to the hospital, the doctor reveals that Mitch's left kidney had been surgically removed overnight. Around midnight that night, Mitch wakes to see Eyeless Jack over his bed, wearing a blue mask with black liquid dripping from empty eye sockets behind the mask. Mitch manages to grab his camera and take a picture before Jack attacks, clawing at his chest. Mitch escapes and flees into the woods, where he trips and is knocked unconscious. When Mitch awakens in the hospital, it is revealed that Edwin had been killed the previous night. His parents drove him to the house to collect his belongings, and when he enters, Mitch sees Edwin's corpse and a small object lying next to it. He observes it to find that it's a kidney with a bite taken out of it, covered in a black substance. The non-canon Eyeless Jack origin. His supposed origin narrates that he was a man of approximately 21 years old, without a father. Jack was a photographer during World War II. In the war, Jack had a friend, Lewis. In combat, Jack was blinded by poisonous gas, and eventually, his eyes were gouged out. His friend was shot and died the next day, and that was just the beginning of the tragedy, as when he returned home, surviving the war, he received the news that his brother had died in the factory where he worked, and a week later, his mother died. Jack was alone. Heartbroken, Jack proceeds to take his life, but to his surprise, he doesn't die, but instead becomes a wandering specter in this world. Jack wanders the world, attempting to calm his sadness through any means necessary. While the tales are argued on which story is the true Eyeless Jack, they all seem to share the same concept: a college student sacrificed against his will by a mysterious cult. The sacrifice either goes horribly wrong, or it goes horribly right, as Jack's body is taken over and he begins to go on a mass murdering spree. Laughing Jack. Laughing Jack was created to be a supportive friend for whoever he was attached to. Created by a guardian angel, Laughing Jack was initially a colorful Jack-in-the-Box clown whose personality reflected the personality of his owner. He would eventually be given as a Christmas present to a lonely boy named Isaac Grossman in the 1800s. But Isaac was a lonely, bitter, detached child who suffered with emotional issues. And because of this, Isaac would then be sent off to a primary boarding school, leaving Laughing Jack all by himself. But as the guardian angel's rules, Jack was attached to Isaac, therefore meaning he couldn't just move on to another child or adult. He could only wait and wait and wait for Isaac's return. His colorful demeanor turned to a grayscale void of a creature, reflecting Isaac's behavior post-school with a secret layer of vengeance building. Once Isaac returned home, he would grow up to become a cold-hearted serial killer who kidnapped, tortured, and murdered several innocent neighborhood residents. Although horrified at first, there was nothing Jack could do but witness Isaac's actions. Soon, Laughing Jack's personality emulated Isaac's evil personality, until one day, Laughing Jack was accidentally released from Isaac's bond, now appearing to be a taller and darker version of himself. Resentful of his traitorous owner, he tortures and kills Isaac. Laughing Jack, permanently scarred from Isaac's behavior from all these years, would go on to become a vengeful spirit, attaching himself to any child he could find, before tormenting the family, torturing the child, and stuffing their body with candy. Despite sharing the same name, there is no correlation between Eyelash Jack and Laughing Jack. Tiki Toby. Also known as Tobias Rogers, he was nicknamed Tiki because of the symptoms that he faced with his Tourette's. The wiki states that Toby was born with several mental disorders, including congenital insensitivity to pain with anhidrosis, schizophrenia, Tourette syndrome, ADHD, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and depression. Toby would constantly be bullied in school and from his father, until one night, Toby finally lost his grip on his sanity and brutally killed his abusive father. This character could be subcategorized as a Slenderman sequel, seeing that he was canonically found by Slenderman and now serves as one of his proxies. Tobias Rogers was born with many different mental disorders, making it very hard for him to fit in with people. His disorders caused him to be unsuited for a public school environment, along with earning him constant bullying. So, he was switched to homeschooling early on. He grew up with little to no friends, and he lived with his mother, his older sister, and his father. But when Toby was 17 years old, his sister and he were involved in a tragic car accident, resulting in the sister's death. After the death of his sister, Toby grew more and more troubled, his symptoms getting worse, barely eating or leaving his room, growing less and less social, losing more and more memory, and taking the stress out by chewing the flesh off of his hands and fingers. His father lost himself to drugs and alcohol and became abusive towards his family. One night, Toby would soon lose control of his sanity and attacked and killed his father. He fled out of the house, grabbing 2 of the hatchets in his garage, a box of matches, and a gallon of gasoline, and set the neighborhood on fire in the attempt to escape the local police. The fire surrounded him, and as he was about to give into his own death, Slenderman appeared and saved him before he blacked out. Toby woke up with no memory of his past life, and soon became a proxy for Slenderman. The original creepypasta of Tiki Toby would be taken down by the author, as they were afraid that fans were beginning to romanticize their character for being a murderer, a theme that became a little bit too common within the creepypasta community. White Eyes. The story of White Eyes, also known as Herobrine, originally starts from a 4chan post on V, before being posted over on the Minecraft forums in 2010. A user claims to have listened to the number 13 music disc, and afterwards, encountered another entity with glowing white eyes. A female creature who would stalk the player from afar, with no visible traits other than her blank white eyes. The White Eyes story began spreading through the Minecraft forum, and on August 24th, a modified version of the story would appear, in which White Eyes was now a default player model with whited out eyes. A similar altered version of this story would surface, where White Eyes gained the name Herobrine and was now described as the deceased brother of Notch, the creator of Minecraft. The story details an encounter in Minecraft with a nameless human entity who displayed strange behavior such as stalking the player from afar, creating unnatural constructions such as sand pyramids in the ocean, and long 2x2 tunnels, and removing leaves from the trees. The 4chan post also contained a screenshot of the encounter, showing Herobrine in the distance amidst the fog. Notch would go on endless attempts to debunk this story, even going on to create an auto-reply email that would trigger a "Herobrine isn't real, I never had a brother" response if your email ever mentioned the word Herobrine. It probably didn't help that in the beginning stages of Minecraft, the game's update notes, jokingly, would always say Herobrine has been removed after every single update. The Russian Sleep Experiment. Written on August 10th, 2010, the story is based on an urban legend in which it tells of a post-World War II science experiment. What starts off as a simple concept turns into a gruesomely disturbing story. Prisoners that were deemed enemies of the state were kept in a sealed gas chamber, inhaling a stimulant which was continuously administered, keeping the subjects awake for 30 days consecutively. After 9 days, one subject began screaming uncontrollably, screaming for so long that he tore his vocal cords and was rendered mute as a result. And on the 15th day, the researchers decided to turn off the stimulating gas and reopen the chamber. Upon looking inside, they discovered that the 4 surviving subjects had performed lethal and severe mutilation and disembowelment on themselves during the past days, practicing self-cannibalism, as well as cannibalism of the second subject, who was found dead on the floor. After being somewhat treated for the severe injuries, the surviving 3 subjects were prepared to return to the gas chamber with the stimulant, despite the researchers protesting. The military officials ordered it regardless, and before the chamber was sealed, one of the subjects fell asleep and died, causing the military commander to order 3 other researchers to be closed inside the chamber alongside the remaining 2 subjects. One researcher immediately drew his gun, killing the commander and the mute subject, causing the other person to flee the room. With only one surviving subject, the terrified researcher explained that he would not allow himself to be locked in a room with monsters. The subject smiled and identified itself as an inherent evil inside of the human mind, one which is burrowed away by the act of sleeping. And after a brief pause, the researcher shot the prisoner in the heart, and with his dying breath on the floor, the subject muttered his final words: "So, nearly free." The story was so shocking that it not only was deemed as one of the most impactful stories to hit the internet, but it even fooled many users into believing that it was a leaked document rather than a fictional story. The Smiling Man. A story describing the narrator's experience of going for a late-night walk, and during his walk to clear his mind, he finds a strange, lanky figure dancing in the darkness. No one else was around to witness this, just him and the dancing entity. But as they got closer together, he crossed the street and realized that he was now being followed by this dancing man who wore a massive grin on his face the entire time. The experience doesn't get too drastic, but that's what makes it stand out from the rest. There is no gore. There is no jump scares. No wretched, unfathomable pain. No curse from reading this. It was purely written to rest within the uncanny valley. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly fucking insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see. This creepypasta would eventually be made into a short horror film, which is still praised very highly to this day. The Smiling Man would be mixed with another character, also titled as the Smiling Man. However, this other being would eventually get the name Indrid Cold, Indrid Cold, as declared by their wiki, is not the smiling man from the story. Dead Bart. An old internet theory states that there was an episode of The Simpsons named Dead Bart. Dead Bart is rumored to cause drastic and emotional reactions from anyone who is part of the team when the episode was being made. It is said that if you bring it up, any of the cast members will refuse to discuss the matter of the episode and will do whatever it takes to prevent you from talking to Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons. However, the person in this story was capable of getting Matt by himself and therefore asked him directly. It is said that Matt reacted out of fear and rage and wrote down a URL asking to never ever talk about this again. The URL contained a deadly computer virus, but the file on it was luckily backed up. When opened, the file contained the episode, Dead Bart. And this episode starts off with Bart dying from falling out of a plane, and as it progresses, the episode displays graphic and horrific experimental visuals and audio throughout the second and third act. The tape ends in showing graveyards of every single person who had ever worked on The Simpsons. There is a fan-made tape that is supposed to be the official Dead Bart, although this tape is missing multiple segments in which the story included. Abandoned by Disney. A user named Slimebeast claims that he knows the truth behind why Disney had stopped working on a park named Mowgli's Palace. It's reported that Disney had blown over $30 million to make a resort, yet, after all this work and effort, it was simply left to rot. The narrator would go explore the area themselves, and with that, the user discovered the real reason that Mowgli's Palace was shut down. There was something on that island, something that Disney didn't want anyone to witness. The user begins to describe his experience with exploring the park. Rust, decay, and graffiti smothered the park, with the words "Abandoned by Disney" spray painted multiple times throughout the enclosure. They would make their way to a costume ward to find what could only be described as a photo-negative Mickey Mouse. Instead of black and red, the mascot was white with light blue colored overalls. The mascot laid on the floor, its chest ripped open, and fur torn from the fabric. Attempting to rearrange the other mascots for a photo shoot, Slimebeast begins to pick up a Donald Duck helmet before being startled from a crashing sound. Looking down, he discovers that a skull had fallen out of the helmet and crashed onto the floor by his feet. Attempting to flee, he quickly turns around for one last photo, only to see the once eviscerated Mickey costume stand up on its feet. "Hey," it said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. "Want to see my head come off?" It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements, similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free from a predator's jaws. I felt it was necessary to just read the ending from the story, as I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me had I just said Mickey then rips his head off. So, no, it does go 0 to 100 like that. The Backrooms. A 4chan origin creepypasta that spawned from X. The theories on the Backrooms are endless, but the results are all the same. A randomly generated musty complex with a constant humming that sounds similar to old fluorescent lights. If you no-clip into an area that sounds similar to this description, keep in mind, each backroom is different. Then please remain still, remain calm, and lastly, do not interact with anyone inside. They are not who they seem. However, over the last few years, the backrooms went from a fourth dimension reality glitch to a lively environment that is full of literally infinite scenarios. It shares a similarity to the SCP Foundation, where users can generate new ideas as they please and implement them due to the rule of infinite dimensions. Sonic.X. Similar to Jeff the Killer, the Sonic.X story was rewritten after massive backlash from the community, with the nail in the head being the discovery that the author of Sonic.X was a pedophile. Therefore, the rewriting would cause two different Sonic.X's to be created. A demonic force, only referred to as X, was born in 2011. A creature purely made of primordial energy would discover planet Earth through a dimensional window. It is here that X learned about humans and Sonic the Hedgehog, and right then and there, he was utterly fascinated by both, mostly by Sonic, who he was smitten with. X decides that he wants to rule the planet, and discovers that he is capable of manipulating reality. With this, he creates his own dimension, which is based off of Sonic levels, but they're all warped and tainted with gore. He begins to use his powers to meld with our world, using a programmer to create a computer game that could bridge the dimensions. With this game, X begins to steal the souls of any human that plays the game. The media finally spreads the story, and the case is labeled the Sonic.X murders. X takes the shape of Sonic the Hedgehog, but his eyes leak blood. He takes on multiple forms, all of which resemble Sonic, but each serving a different purpose. This also ends up sharing the SCP factor, where fans are able to create evil Sonic fan arts as they please, and implement their creations as lore. But the most popular X forms are Lord X, Xenophanes, Sonic.EYX, Sonic.OMT, Faker, and Rewrite. The creepypasta has been revived and rewritten a lot, but has definitely had a recent spike of relevance due to the game Friday Night Funkin', where there are numerous mods for the game to include Sonic.X. Lavender Town Syndrome. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone, was a peak in illness of children between the ages of 7 to 12, shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996. Rumors say that these suicides and illness only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies showed only children and young teens could hear, since their ears were more sensitive. Due to the Lavender Tone, at least 200 children supposedly took their lives, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who took their lives usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not would act irrationally and complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the Lavender Town incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme music to be at a lower frequency, and since then, children were no longer affected by it. A video appeared in 2010 using quote-unquote special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software creates images of the Pokemon Unknown, and the Unknown translates to saying, "Leave now." Red Mist, also referred to as Squidward's suicide. The story goes that an intern at Nickelodeon finally opened up about an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, where they were supposed to be watching one episode, but somehow ended up watching this one instead. At first, they thought it was a morbid adult joke from the animators, but as the episode rolled through, the audio and visuals became increasingly more and more disturbing. Finally, the end scene displays Squidward with blood running out of his eyes. The creepypasta made such an impact towards the internet that you can even argue that it became officially canon on SpongeBob SquarePants, as there was an episode where the characters go through dimensions, opening doors trying to find the right dimension. A door opens to reveal Squidward with red eyes and static behind him, relating to the original creepypasta. But due to censorship, this scene would be removed from future reruns. Ted the Caver. The story follows a blog post from 2001 describing two adventurous, experienced friends destined to explore a brand new cave. However, they discover that they're not just digging into any cave. As they go deeper and deeper, they're surrounded by ghostly screams, sounds of things climbing towards them, and even discover strange hieroglyphs. They decide to abandon the cave, only to become increasingly traumatized by sudden hallucinations. They agree for one last visit to the cave, and Ted tells his blog that he'll return with an update to the blog. And to this day, the blog remains without an update. Ted the Caver was one of the first examples of creepypasta. The Rake. The Rake began as a collaborative project online, when one user posted on 4chan's B board, inviting others to help make a new monster. Photoshopped images of the Rake were created. However, according to B, it has 3 solid green eyes, one in the middle of its forehead, and the other 2 on either side of its head, towards the back. Usually seen in front yards and suburban areas, it just watches the observer, but it will stand up and attack, if approached. The character's spindly limbs, low to the ground lurking, and many teeth help contribute to its name. However, at some point in time, the 3 green eyes and the mouthless, noseless look would be discarded, and this image would be used instead. In the fictitious origin story of the Rake, early sightings of the monster occurred as early as 1691 and would pop up throughout the centuries. The most famous story of the Rake involves a woman waking up to find the monster sitting at the edge of her bed. The character is often said to creep into bedrooms, induce nightmares, and observe the dreamers for a time before killing them. It is also believed that the Rake is another proxy for Slender Man, but it's uncertain if that is true to the lore or was just a part of the Slender Man hype during his creation. Polybius. A rare arcade machine from the 80s that is supposedly haunted or has ties to CIA mind control. Players would report hearing a woman crying after playing it, seeing deformed faces in the peripherals, have terrible nightmares, and would even physically cause them to feel sick. These few publicly staged arcade machines were said to have been visited periodically by men in black for the purpose of data mining the machines and analyzing the effects. Allegedly, all of these Polybius arcade machines disappeared from the arcade market. Attempts at figuring out if it's real or not has been widely debated, with Ripley's Believe It or Not even quoting Polybius as the most dangerous video game to never exist. A Freedom of Information Act request was even submitted, to which the FBI came back with negative results. Username 666. A classic creepypasta or creepy internet urban legend would detail the events that would take place should you open up YouTube and search for the username 666. Many users would attempt to debunk or verify if there ever was a youtube.com/666, with a few videos surfacing around their web as proof. It is treated as a bastard child of YouTube, a URL that we are not supposed to see. Some accuse 4chan as being the origin behind this creepypasta. Others point out that there never was a user 666 back then, while others discuss whether it was real or just an art piece. Long story short, it's obviously an art piece. The person who made the creepypasta is now a Minecraft Let's Play channel. I'm a search and rescue officer. An 8-part story detailing what actually goes on in the United States forest parks. Since this story alone has many different tales inside of it, it's hard to really go into the basics of the story, as the series dives into personal experiences and retelling stories from other rangers. However, the story claims that the United States forest parks are overrun by unknown forces, aliens, shapeshifters, mimics, and other monsters. I actually narrated this story on my other channel if you're curious to hear the story in its length. Smile Dog. Originally referred to as smile.jpg, it was first posted on 4chan in 2008. Smile Dog is believed to be a demonic creature, resembling a grinning Siberian husky, which appears in a photograph. Once you have seen it, the image of its smile was burned into your brain, unable to not see it, no matter where you looked. When it is viewed by an individual, the victim will be plagued by tormenting and traumatizing nightmares. These dreams will always feature of the smile dog. In these nightmares, the victim will usually ask what the dog wants, to which it replies with its famous line, "Spread the word." What he means by this is that he asks for, or to put it bluntly, blackmails you into attaching the file and sending it to other people. Deleting or simply not viewing the picture will result in the same thing. If Smile Dog's wish is not granted after 3 days, the picture will mutate and deform, depicting a much more disturbing and demonic form of Smile Dog. In the end, if his wish is not granted, it is believed that you see the dog before it drags your soul into hell. SCP Foundation. A top-secret organization that was created to lock up and study brand new paranormal beings. SCP standing for Secure, Capture, Protect. These paranormal beings range anywhere from evil staircases all the way to evil plague doctors. The range of monsters seems almost infinite, and it is the Foundation's job to discover exactly what every monster does, and how to stop them. Whenever an SCP anomaly is discovered, teams of undercover Foundation agents, often called MTF or Mobile Task Forces, are deployed to either collect and transport the object to one of the organization's many secret facilities, or to contain it at its location of discovery if transportation is not possible. If an anomaly is too widespread, elusive, or otherwise inaccessible, containment usually consists of suppressing all knowledge of the SCP from the public. This is accomplished through censorship of mass media, and by dosing all eyewitnesses with drugs which erase their memories of the anomalous events. Ben drowned. The story actually follows 3 different plots that end up chaining together. Originally titled Haunted Majora's Mask Cartridge, Ben Drowned follows the story of Jedusabel, or Alexander Hall, a college student who discovers a malevolent entity called Ben lying dormant within a copy of The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. After posting his findings on 4chan, Jedusabel disappears, and Ben is then seemingly released onto the internet. Originating as a creepypasta based on the 2000 action-adventure game, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, it was first published by Hall in 2010, and the series concluded on October 31st, 2020. Ben Drowned is known for creating many of the common tropes and themes of creepypasta, and is one of the most popular web series on the internet, with a viewership in the millions. It has been widely recognized as a major influence in helping to establish and legitimize creepypasta as its own literary genre, creating many of the recognizable tropes that are now seen today in modern internet horror stories. SuicideMouse.avi. SuicideMouse.avi is a lost episode creepypasta created in 2010 and is widely seen as the forefather of the entire lost episode genre. This story is based off of an old unseen Mickey Mouse cartoon, a looping animation of Mickey Mouse as he walks down a street. But the audio distorts, and soon, all you hear is endless screeching as the video becomes more and more difficult to view. It cuts to black for a few minutes before returning to what can only be the idea of an animated hell. I was told that after the last frame, the employee stumbled out of the room with pale skin saying, "Real suffering is not known," before speedily taking the guard's pistol and offing himself on the spot. The only thing I could get out of this was that the last frame was a piece of Russian text that roughly said, "The sights of hell bring its viewers back in." As far as I know, no one else has seen it, but there has been dozens of attempts at getting the file on RapidShare by employees inside the studios, all of whom have been promptly terminated of their jobs. Whether it got online or not is up for debate, but if rumors serve me right, it's online somewhere under the name SuicideMouse.avi. Marble Hornets. An ARG that was created almost directly after the first Slenderman post on Something Awful. The series would go on to become affiliated, hand in hand, with the Slender Man lore. But since we already went over Slender Man, there really isn't much summarizing to be done. To date, there are 92 videos on the main channel. The series also has 38 accompanying videos from a side channel of theirs, called To the Ark. On December 27, 2017, a comic was teased relating to Marble Hornets, slated for a 2018 release. The first issue released on February 25, 2019, with a total of 6 being slated for the series, with 5 main story comics, even including a special To the Ark comic. 5 comics have been released as of 2023, with the most recent being in March 31st, 2023. The Expressionless, also referred to as I Am God. A woman comes into a hospital wearing only a blood-covered nightgown, but the staff were more focused or concerned about something else. That this woman did not look human, but more of a walking, breathing mannequin. She peacefully allowed the staff to sit her in a bed, and even let them restrain her until the authority would arrive. But when they attempted to sedate her, the mannequin began to flail wildly, her body floating off of the bed. She finally looked over at one doctor, and for the first time, she would smile. Her mouth full of dagger-like teeth, she would go on to attack and brutally murder the majority of the staff. When asked what she was, she simply responded, I am God. And with that, that concludes the beginning tier of Creepypastas. Play with me. This story is about a young girl, Sally, who was only 12 years old when she became a victim to her Uncle Johnny. She had tried to tell her parents about what Uncle Johnny was doing, but they didn't understand what she meant when she said she didn't want to play his games. Overhearing this, Johnny flew into a rage and excused himself and Sally from the house, saying that they were heading to the store for groceries. Instead, Johnny drove into a park where he attacked Sally again and then brutally murdered her. Because of this, her uncle was arrested and sent to jail, but the spirit of Sally was not done just yet. Becoming a ghost, she attacked her uncle in prison, scaring him to death, and ever since then, Sally haunts the house that she grew up in. Candle Cove. A group of users discuss an unusual kids show titled Candle Cove that they all remember watching growing up. A puppet show which centers around the cowardly pirate Percy and his brave captain Poppy going on sea adventures in their talking ship, the Laughingstock. Eventually they meet a little girl named Janice Stewart, which we eventually learn is the only human character, and together they adventure to Candle Cove. However, the pirates will encounter many perils, such as the evil Baron Sorcerer Horace Horrible and his master, the Skin Taker, renamed as Jawbone in later episodes, a skeleton summoned by Horace who collects human skin to create his clothes. As the users reminisce about the show, they begin asking if others remember more disturbing scenes from the show, such as Skin Taker, who was dressed in children's skin, and eventually, a user finally decides to ask his mom about the TV show, only for her to say that every time Candle Cove came on, it was just static on the screen. This creepypasta was written by Chris Straub, who would later become the very pioneer for analog horror with his series Local 58. Ironically enough, the users all agreed that Candle Cove would air on the channel Local 58, possibly tying the two series together. Normal for normal people. A man discovers an underground adult-themed website that features a series of videos depicting bizarre acts of adult fantasies which eventually would turn to animal abuse and severely traumatic videos. The user then goes on to describe each video that he stumbled upon, starting off with discussing a man licking his washing machine, and in the end, going into detail about a chimpanzee murdering a woman. The story ends by stating, "I have tried to discuss this website on various places, and I get banned frequently." The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after the final video was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps that people took, and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which being useless.avi, the chimpanzee video, which found its way onto a few gore sites, wherever you upload them to. All of the videos from normalpeople.com get deleted after a while. Gateway of the Mind, also referred to as "I have spoken with God and he has abandoned us." It tells of a group of scientists attempting to speak with God. They do this by depriving a local man of his 5 senses, believing that the senses interfere with the connection to God. As time goes by, the local man starts hallucinating and begins talking to ghosts, before finally going insane from lack of stimulation. At the end of the story, he tells one of the scientists that God has abandoned them, and he dies. Antran. After discovering a humanoid robot at a garbage dump, a man takes it home and adopts it into his family. They name it Antran, and it quickly becomes a beloved companion to the man's son. But Antran would begin to get jealous of the son, and would show signs of aggression and stalking behavior. The man realizes that this robot may not be as harmless as it seems. The robot, although it couldn't speak, seemed to be proof of sentient intelligence, as it would mimic the father and son's actions. It would start with a pinch here and a bruise appearing there. The abuse only increases until, one night, the father is awoken by blood-curdling screams. He runs into his son's room to find that both Antran and his son have disappeared into the night, never to be seen again. 1999. Also known as Mr. Bear's Cellar, or Caledon Local 21. The story focuses around a Canadian TV channel called Caledon Local 21 that broadcasted a children's TV show called Mr. Bear's Cellar. It starts off innocent, albeit a little strange, with a man dressed as a cartoon bear. He would often invite kids to his cellar so that they could play, but by the end of Mr. Bear's Cellar, he would have 16 victims, all children and teenagers. As the main character, Elliot, watched the last episode, he could only watch as Mr. Bear dumped the kids' still living bodies into a deep pit and lit them on fire. A few readers would go on to make fan films of individual episodes, claiming to be found footage tapes of Mr. Bear's Cellar. NES Godzilla. The story is written from the perspective of Zachary, a young adult who had received several NES cartridges from a friend. After loading the Godzilla Monster of Monsters game, he notices that there are a number of new strange monsters that he didn't remember from his childhood. However, his initial joy at discovering what seems to be a modified version of the game quickly turns to fear as he is encountered by Red, also known as the Hell Beast. Red begins to haunt Zachary as he plays, and soon, Zachary realizes that Red isn't just a modification, but rather a demon spirit that's bent on murdering. Throughout his journaled experiences, he discovers that his deceased girlfriend, Melissa, was murdered by Red before the game fell into Zachary's possession. Red finally is defeated, when all seems impossible, by a brand new angelic entity, who Zachary soon learns is Melissa herself. The lore of this creepypasta is immensely long and is given a sequel, and Billy Staller did a wonderful deep dive into this very story. Anansi's Goatman story. Anansi's Goatman is a classic 4chan story from 2013, where a user talks about their camping trip with their cousins. The campers realize there is an additional person with them, one which none of them know. They begin to experience a foul odor that can be described as a horrid smell, such as rotting meat, vomit, and copper, or also known as blood. Once spotted in its human form, the goat man's shoulders will begin twitching, almost like it's laughing, but it doesn't make a sound. If it blends in with your group long enough, it can mimic voices to lure you out, and the story ends with the campers discovering that the goat man had been with their group since they had arrived. While skinwalker stories had existed on 4chan prior to this story, Anansi's goat man story would launch the trend of the skinwalker. This story would even go on to solidify itself as quote-unquote authentic factors for how to write a fictional skinwalker. The Puppeteer. The Puppeteer is a story about a vengeful spirit who feeds on the energy of the depressed and vulnerable. He targets the emotionally fragile, using them for his own gain and power. He will harass a victim, manipulating them into believing that there is no way from escaping life's torment. Once the victim decides that death is the only option left, the Puppeteer begins to feast. To any outside eyes, the victim's death will be presented as suicide, as the Puppeteer only feasts on the soul. The death often results in a domino effect, and from there, the Puppeteer can continue onto its next victim. The Harbinger Experiment. A story based on a mad scientist who discovered powers not from this world. The story is told from the perspective of an assistant to the scientist, who handpicked and captured test subjects for his experiments. The scientist goes on to summon eldritch beings who brutally massacre the victims before escaping from their chambers. The last eldritch monster plays an old-timey tune as it slaughters all of the scientists. The assistant barely makes it out alive, but he knows his days are limited because he can hear the song again. Happy Appy. A lengthy 6-story saga about an old kids show mascot named Happy Appy. It follows a long series of blog posts describing the show and its episodes before it was removed from Nickelodeon for displaying disturbing content. Similar to previous lengthy creepypastas, it's hard to summarize this since there isn't just one specific plot. It's a compilation of creepy, weird, and sometimes disturbing mini-episodes that were rumored to be produced for Nickelodeon. The series began in 2011, spreading to YouTube and Tumblr within days, and in 2015, the series was revived with a recreation of the final episode. Mariana Mordegold Gleskorf. Mariana Mordegold Gleskorf is an internet legend surrounding a mysterious YouTube video clip, which features a man staring intently at the viewer before fading away with a grin on his face. Since its upload in April 2008, the color-filtered footage has become the subject of a creepypasta story, which declares misfortune to anyone who watches the full-length version of the video. A user claims that a video exists on YouTube, completely unsearchable and impossible to find, as every time the video finds you, you can only watch 20 seconds of it before it cuts off. But that is not the full-length video. The full video lasts 2 minutes and was removed by YouTube after 153 people who viewed the video gouged out their eyes and mailed them to YouTube's main office in San Bruno. Said people had also taken their lives in various ways. It is not yet known how they managed to mail their eyes after gouging them out. The cryptic inscription they carved on their forearms has also not yet been deciphered. As for the actual man in the video, it was created by an eBombs World user who used a photo of a marketing professional. Pen Pal. In an attempt to make sense of his own mysterious and lost childhood memories, in 2011, the narrator begins to reconstruct his past on r/no sleep. As the games and adventures of his youth became engulfed by a larger story, each chapter completes a different piece of the puzzle. This story is similar to the Search and Rescue story, consisting of multiple chapters, all containing their own stories and plot lines. Footsteps, balloons, boxes, maps, screens, and friends. Each chapter consists of plot twists, coming from the main character as he begins to recall his childhood, only to find out that he and his former twin best friend were victims to a deranged stalker. The story ends with the discovery that his best friend had not distanced himself due to growing up, but because he had been dead for years. His body found in a grave along with the stalker's corpse, entangled around his friend, caressing him tightly. Mr. Widemouth. A story written in 2010 about a creature that resembles a Furby toy. Mr. Widemouth repeatedly attempts to coax the narrator into engaging in violent or self-injurious behavior, and it is heavily implied that Mr. Widemouth has caused the deaths of numerous children this way. He often tries to get the main character to injure himself by either juggling knives or by convincing him that there is a trampoline outside of his window. Eventually, Mr. Widemouth shows him a trail, saying that he takes all of his friends down the path, but the main character isn't quite ready yet. The main character moves 2 weeks later, preventing Mr. Widemouth from successfully killing him. Barbie.avi. Barbie.avi is a story of a man who stumbles upon an old computer that was found in a dumpster. This old computer consists of a 40-minute file under the name Barbie.avi. The video depicts a woman talking and crying about her own skin. The last few minutes of the footage show a man walking on a pair of train tracks to an old abandoned house in the middle of the woods. The viewer walks around the house, similar to the one in the footage, taking pictures before he hears a moan blurting out from the pipes as he runs out. The original creepypasta of the Barbie.avi story was posted by an anonymous user on 4chan's X board around 2009. The OP would go on to delete everything, gaining a massive amount of suspicion and interest in their story, causing a bunch of Redditors and other investigators to dive into it, all with the help of Barbie herself. The woman in the videos would actually go on to make a YouTube account and comment on a video discussing the story, simply saying, "This is Barbie, help me." Eventually, videos were found of the amputee girl, with her discussing the incident which resulted in her losing her arm, and a subreddit was created. With the help of these Redditors, they were capable of reaching out and talking with the woman, but there hasn't been an update to her "help me" comment as of yet. Perhaps it was just her playing along with the creepypasta to add more fear to the story, as she would eventually go on to say that she's 53 now and lives peacefully in Nevada. Rugrats theory. A theory that all of the kids in the show were merely figments of Angelica's imagination, as she began losing her sanity to schizophrenia at a young age. The character's quote-unquote actual lore is as follows. Angelica's actual mother died of an overdose shortly after Angelica was born. Her mother married a successful, money-hungry woman that Angelica obsessed over, thinking it was her actual mom. Chucky never existed, nor did he have a mother, because both him and his mother died in a car crash, hence why Chucky's father was such a mess. Tommy was a stillborn, and that's why his father was always in the basement making toys for a son who he would never meet. The DeVilles had an abortion before the gender was confirmed, so Angelica created twins in her mind, since she didn't know what the gender was. Dill was the only one who was real, but because of Angelica's behavioral issues, and also thinking that he was just simply another imaginative being, she would beat Dill for not listening to her. But one day, she beat him too hard, so hard that he was pronounced mentally incapacitated. Due to this guilt, Angelica took up hard narcotics until she overdosed as a teenager, a fate similar to her mother's. The show Rugrats would then be made by Susie, Angelica's only in-person friend, in hopes of showing everyone that Angelica was simply a happy girl, trapped in her own mind. By 2016, however, the creator of the Rugrats series would be interviewed by BuzzFeed and would declare that this theory was, obviously, not true. Mario. Mario is based on a hacked version of Super Mario World. The story begins with our protagonist, Adam, downloading a ROM hack. The hack itself is simply titled Mario in all caps, and contains a much darker story. Adam begins to piece together that Mario is the antagonist of this story, rather than the hero. Once Adam defeats the final boss, a disturbing dialogue appears during the cutscene, detailing what appears to be a murder victim, and it states, Victim 1. Eyeballs were unable to be found. The victim was found lying on her carpet. Causes of death? Unknown. Hand marks with unidentifiable fingerprints were found all over the corpse. Adam stopped playing the ROM and posted his findings to the Super Mario World forum. It was there where another user would become interested in the text document at the beginning of the game. Upon converting the text document to an image format, the user discovered this image. Many theories have popped up about what this image may be, as well as its origins, and as of September 2023, the image has finally been discovered. Victim 1 is actually an altered photo of the singer from the Japanese heavy metal band Dirt and Grey. The Wyoming Incident. A creepypasta about a TV station that had its signal hijacked by a hacker. The broadcast was interrupted by a special presentation announcement, in which a video would play. The video contained numerous clips of disembodied human heads showing various emotions and poses. The video is mostly locally well known, and would probably not even be that popular if it were not for the effects that it had on the few residents who watched it for an extended period of time. Complaints included vomiting, hallucinations, headaches, and more. While some believed it was paranormal, specialists have determined that the cause of these afflictions were frequencies that played regularly throughout the broadcast. Frequencies between 17 and 19 hertz. This range of frequency, when played for long periods of time, caused the eyes to subtly vibrate, sometimes inducing visual hallucinations. The hacker has never been caught, nor has the hacked broadcast been identified. Brutal obscene beast, also referred to as Bob. This story emerged when an image of a naked, pale, human-like creature running down a dirt road in the night was posted on the X board on 4chan. Bob is depicted as a disfigured humanoid creature. His skin is hairless and a pale gray tone. He has no arms, only short, stubby limbs. In the original story, Bob breaks into the house of a kid named Andrew, who he has apparently been stalking for some time. It breaks through the patio doors and walks over the broken glass, alerting Andrew, as he then goes to grab a titanium baseball bat and heads downstairs to attack Bob, but becomes paralyzed with fear as Bob moves closer. Eventually, he swings and hits Bob in the chest with the bat, but it just kicks him down and stomps on his leg, breaking his shin. Unable to escape, Andrew is forced to watch as Bob presses its clawed foot down onto his stomach, slowly ripping into him and killing him. Bob then leans over and bites off Andrew's face as it begins to eviscerate his corpse. Tails doll. A doll that looks like Tails from the Sonic series. While the Tails doll is a real canon creation in the Sonic universe, this one isn't necessarily on the same premise. A man picks up a rare copy of Sonic Racing, soon to discover that his game isn't quite like the others. One night, after completing the game, the father hears footsteps near his door as he sleeps. Thinking it's just his son, he scolds him to go back to bed, but the footsteps don't stop. Finally, he opens the door and sees that Tails doll had come to life, covered in the blood of his son. It then says, "You are coming with me, forever." As you can tell, the creepypasta has aged like fine milk, but its imagery held the Uncanny Valley Award for quite some time, solidifying itself in old creepypasta history. Plankton got served. Also known as one-course meal, Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants reveals that he has a fear of whales, due to his ancestors being eaten by whales. Mr. Krabs uses this to his advantage to scare Plankton at every chance possible. Mr. Crab dresses up as his daughter, Pearl, a whale, and sneaks up on Plankton constantly. Finally, Plankton has enough and decides that taking his life is his only answer. However, the episode was altered, and SpongeBob comes along to save the day in the official version. But in the original episode, Plankton carries on with his plan and gets killed by a bus. The scene ends with Plankton getting called down into a black pit from his ancestors, resembling a metaphor for hell. Pokemon Creepy Black. Based on the Pokemon Black creepypasta, a story about an avid collector discovering a rare Pokemon game. But this rare game ends up being haunted by a malevolent spirit. Pokemon Creepy Black is a very strange Pokemon hack based on the original Pokemon Fire Red version, and can even be played on several websites. The game hides itself as an original Pokemon Fire Red version, but it has some weird instances that disturbs the user. For example, upon starting the game, you will see a ghost-type Pokemon that will suddenly appear in your party, aka, you don't choose the ghost, it chooses you. When using ghost Pokemon, there will only be one move, Curse. If you are to use this move, then it literally kills the opponent's Pokemon, and in the end, your character fights the ghost, and your character is killed off. Fallout 3, Number Station. The Number Station is an internet legend of a strange radio station that can predict the future, all within Fallout 3. It became one of Fallout 3's most popular legends, and its discussion remains rampant across the corners of the internet, despite the game being a decade and a half old. It tells the story of a player who kills Three Dog, the host of the radio station, Galaxy News Radio. Shortly after, his radio started to bug out and would play random pieces of code instead of the regular soundtrack. These were later translated by online communities, with multiple predictions found. Some of the Morse code translations are more sinister and relate to real-world tragedies and events, and because of this, it breaks canon, and therefore, causes people to be more concerned of what they're reading. A game breaking a fourth wall in order to predict our future, and possibly warn others. There is supposedly one final message that is dated as 1/27, July 6th, 2027, but there is no remnant of it. No End House. The writer describes disturbing, horrific troubles that he went through in order to win $500. The terms of the challenge are that he must make his way through an entire house, progressing gradually through a series of 9 rooms. The twist being that, as he progresses, the rooms become more and more extreme and terrifying. But when he gets home, he soon discovers that the game isn't quite ever going to end. There are 2 follow-up sequels to this story, but it's seemingly agreed that they fall short compared to the original, the curse of most sequels. The story itself had received some backlash for being such a lengthy novel, only to fall short of an actual ending, but that was the purpose. The story doesn't actually end. It lasts for an eternity if you let it. A story that has no end. The strangest security tape I've ever seen. A creepypasta written and originally posted to the No Sleep Reddit in May 2012. The writer states that he is a convenience store worker in a Pennsylvania gas station and begins the vent that he was given the store's security tapes by his boss. His boss tells him to watch them to determine if his co-worker Jeremy is stealing oil. But after a short while, he notices that things start to repeat themselves around there. And finding that Jeremy doesn't show up to work the next day, he and his boss make plans to call the police. Again, and again, and again. It is eventually hinted that this gas station is stuck in a time loop, cursed to experience the same events endlessly. However, the writer remains unaware, leaving the reader with dread, as we can't do anything but acknowledge that OP is trapped in time. As the story continues, he provides updates to the mysteries, claiming that Jeremy never did show back up to work. And then, all of a sudden, the story ends as the OP describes how tomorrow he'll begin working with a new coworker named Jeremy. The loop starts over once more. Every copy of Mario 64 is personalized. Conspiracy theorists recall false memories from childhood regarding Super Mario 64, where they describe events or locations in Super Mario 64 that aren't found on actual copies. The theory then claims that Super Mario 64 has an AI, one called Personalization AI, which shapes the game to fit each gamer's playstyle, hence why there are so many unique memories. The stories resulting from this theory ended up becoming its own iceberg, tying itself back to other glitches and even other creepypastas, such as Polybius and Lavender Town Syndrome. The iceberg is meant to be satirical, but users on the internet declare otherwise. A post on 4chan ends by saying the famous line, "Have you ever played someone else's copy of Mario 64? Have you ever felt like something was just a little bit off?" Kagikao. A creepypasta about a demon who takes human shape, but wears an odd black and white mask over his face. He asks his victims if they would like to play, before exposing them to long, brutal bouts of torture that often results in their death. Funny Mouth. Funny Mouth is a story written by the same author as Abandoned by Disney, about an internet user that chats with the storyteller and quickly becomes disturbing. What is unknown is that Funny Mouth secretly stands above the storyteller every single night and salivates on his face, implying that Funny Mouth isn't just a weird internet bot, but a paranormal being. After some time passes, the storyteller's jaw feels funny and seems to be falling off. In the end, the storyteller looks in a mirror and comments that he himself, in fact, has a funny mouth. This suggests that Funny Mouth is both a paranormal being, but also a spreadable curse, and this is how it spreads. Some sort of internet-based contagion. A sequel would be written by the author, titled Funny Mouths, where an entire forum or chat room gets infected by the Funny Mouth curse, and ends with the author commenting that, once again, he himself is beginning to notice how distorted and misshapen his mouth and jaw are beginning to become. Chatroom 98. The story tells about a boy who had found a CD stashed away in his house, labeled Chatroom 98. At first, he believes he's talking to a chatbot, until this said bot begins listing off details that not even a real person from a chat room should be able to know about the boy. And, finally, it makes its presence known within the house, within the room. Pale Luna. Also known as Pale Luna Smiles Wide. Written in 2011, this creepypasta is about an extremely rare computer game from the 80s. The game was built extremely complicated. As for every dead end, you would have to manually restart your computer, but one player was capable of sitting through all the resets and troubles that the game threw his way, and discovered that the game was, actually, a real-life treasure map. He decided to jot down the instructions and followed them, seeing that it wasn't too far out of town. Upon discovering the treasure spot, he ends up finding the head of a blonde woman. The police are called and do a thorough investigation, but the rest of her body was never found. The Diary of Mr. Well Done. Written in 2012, this story actually tells itself through the perspective of the monster, implying that the monster, Mr. Well Done, wrote this story. While not nearly as long as the other creepypasta sagas, it is still written in multiple parts. Mr. Well Done seems to be some sort of eldritch being that is capable of seeing and knowing all before humanity, and the secrets of the universe are full of more beasts. However, There's actually a secret document of his that reveals that Mr. Well Done has been around since the beginning of time. He states that he has been titled multiple names over time, and that a name is simply that. A name, a title. But Mr. Well Done isn't just a name. He is everything and everywhere. Cupcakes. Cupcakes is a dark fanfiction set in the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic universe. It depicts the character Pinkie Pie as a serial killer, though still keeping her in-universe bright and cheery demeanor, who drugs her friend Rainbow Dash, drags her to a hidden cellar, and proceeds to, in great detail, slowly and brutally mutilate her to death. The extremely graphic nature of this fanfic has made it rather infamous within the MLP fandom, being the only story to have its own label, grim dark as fuck. The Cupcakes fanfiction is thought to have first appeared on 4chan's image board sometime in January 2011, though the date of the original post remains unknown. SpongeBob bootleg episode. This tape was supposedly found in December 2004 by a group of 5 teenagers. The teens were rummaging around in a trash can within an abandoned mental institution and came across this. After witnessing this tape, of these 5 individuals, 2 have taken their lives, 1 has gone missing, and 1 refuses to comment on the tape, and the last hastily agreed to give paranormal investigators the tape. The current whereabouts of the tape are unknown, but there was a screenshot taken of a scene within the episode, with SpongeBob having a deranged, manic look in his eyes. It is said that whoever stares at this image long enough, you may be able to see SpongeBob blink. Eventually, tapes were quote-unquote discovered, but with slight twists and changes to the original story. Misfortune.gb. Misfortune is an obscure game for the original Game Boy. Since no known hard copies or ROMs exist, all information about the game is derived from personal accounts and a few rare screenshots. The ROM does not contain any credits, and whoever created it is still unknown to this day. After briefly exploring, the player is confronted by a malevolent being. Despite the character never identifying itself, some people claim that it could be a representation of the devil. The player is then transported to a series of maze-like rooms, each filled with pit drops, locked doors, keys, and traps. The objective for the player is to progress through each room by either reaching the stairs to the next level or solving another kind of puzzle. Should the player ever make a mistake throughout the game, the screen will cut to black before showing a more detailed image of the demon, along with a dialogue box reading, "I am God here." Ash's coma theory. The theory claims that in Season 1, when Ash rushes Pikachu to the hospital and falls down, he didn't actually ever get back up. Instead, this fall resulted in him falling into a coma, and every sequence that ever occurred afterwards were all parts of a long coma-induced dream. The theory backs itself up by stating that Ash, while meeting brand new people and traveling across many lands, has never actually aged. Ash always remained 10 years old, and despite his grand adventures and heroic conquests, every single area he would travel to afterwards, no one would even know of Ash. The writer goes on to theorize his friend group and what they could possibly mean, with Joy and Jenny being a feeling of safety and vulnerability. Brock establishes his pubescent curiosities as Brock is older and much more intrigued in women than Ash was when he was awake. But since Ash never experienced puberty, it leads to the reason why Brock constantly fails his endeavors. Team Rocket are the qualities of himself that Ash deems as negative, but is attempting to come to terms with. This coma would apparently last until the Pokemon Sun and Moon series, but a fan pointed out that the theory can be debunked. In an episode prior to his supposed awakening, there is a scene with Ash laying on a bed with a book in his hands. The user then simply goes on to point out that, according to psychology, people cannot read during their sleep. There wasn't really a reason to debunk the theory, but it's still an interesting point to make. The Gray Man. A creepypasta based on a hacked ROM of the PS1's LSD Dream emulator. But unlike the actual game, there appears to be an entity within this game, an entity that haunts the dreams of those who play it, torturing them in dreams that seem to last weeks, even if they only sleep for minutes, disorienting reality to a point of no return. In the end, the main character's friend goes missing, only to have their body found in the woods. The writer states that they dream of their friend sometimes, hinting that the Gray Man has now moved on to the writer, and the story ends. Psychosis. A series of stories that, like a select few on this iceberg, actually ended up becoming a book. In it, a man named John, who suffers from a severe case of paranoia, barricades himself inside of his basement apartment. He's convinced that some sort of Lovecraftian monsters have taken over the world, but his mind constantly doubts itself. As the outside world beckons, he begins to wonder if his delusions are actually justified. Tomino's Hell. A poem written in 1919 by Sayo Yaso and became an internet legend in the early 2000s. It is about a young man's journey through hell, fueled by his sisters. No one knows what inspired the poem, but a warning states that if you read this poem out loud, tragic things will happen. This story used to be very popular in 2chan and 4chan, and there were many people on the site taking pictures and videos and posting them as proof. Many users said that nothing happened, but there were also many posts where the user did not come back to post their results. It's believed that reading the Japanese version is the only way to achieve the curse, as any translation doesn't hold the power. I Hate You. Writer of Funny Mouth and Abandoned by Disney returns with this story based on Super Mario World. The narrator starts the story off by stating that they have discovered a secret level in their game, one in which challenges and changes the lore of Super Mario. They discover a new level that's never been seen or discussed before. The narrator enters the level with strange enemies appearing with screaming faces and blood gushing from their eyes. Bloody messages also manifest on the walls, including, "I hate you," and "Why won't you die?" The narrator finally enters a boss door, where they discover none other than Luigi. They learn that Luigi has been an inside agent for King Koopa the entire time. Luigi is sick of his brother and wants him gone once and for all, and the two begin to battle. Mario defeats Luigi by pushing him into the lava as Luigi screams, and the game ends after beating the level. Despite this particular scene, the rest of the game seems to be the same. The only difference is the ending art. Mario frowning at Luigi, Princess Toadstool is crying, and Luigi's face is melted off. Annie96 is typing. Annie96 is an interactive creepypasta that was very popular at the time of its publication in 2014. It would resurface in 2017 due to the trending category of react videos on YouTube. Annie96 is typing is framed as a found chat room log between Annie96 and McDavie on WhatsApp. In order to read the following messages sent in the chat, the user must hit enter, which pushes the user into being more directly involved with the environment. In the creepypasta, Annie96 texts McDavie and tells him that there's a creepy man wearing his jacket in her garden. David calls the cops, and the story progresses to the point where the creepy man breaks into Annie's house. But before he reaches her, the situation suddenly seems to resolve itself, implying that Annie was taken, and this mysterious being is now talking to Davy. However, the ending is left ambiguous. Annie, can you come over in the morning, David? I really need to see you. McDavie, of course, Annie, I'll be there. Annie, great, can't wait. McDavie, Annie, how do I know this is you? Annie96 went offline. God's Mouth. Written in 2010, the summary for this will be rather short. Two explorers enter a cave before deciding to leave, only to discover that they are now lost. In the end, it is discovered that their surroundings is not a cave, but rather a maze which ends up becoming a room that would end up becoming a mouth and internal organs of a beast. The story ends with both explorers being crushed and devoured by the cavern beast, known as God's Mouth. Arizona. A classic creepypasta about two lovebirds who travel into Arizona for a road trip, only to find that they are simultaneously stuck in some sort of loop, constantly driving past a gas station. When first discovered, the storyteller entered only to find it completely ransacked and void of life, except for one small child. The girlfriend then claims that she saw two other people while the boyfriend went into the station, and that the two people simply stared at her with expressionless faces and gigantic grins. As time goes on, the two seem to keep passing the gas station, but the people with the expressionless faces and gigantic grins, begin to get closer and closer to the car. The story itself is up for speculation. Some state that this is a story about trying to outrun skinwalkers who had taken over a small gas station, but others speculate that the gas station had a gas leak in it, poisoning the storyteller until he fell down and died after being startled by the kid. The rest of the story would then be the storyteller in limbo, with him seeing all of the dead that plague the earth. Possibly, the two strangers at the gas station could be demons. While the skinwalker theory fits the creepypasta genre a little bit more, the limbo theory seems to make the most sense, since at the end of the story, the house that the two stay in begins warping itself into a gas station, with the girlfriend's face distorting into a little kid's face. The Pocket. A creepypasta monster that shares very similar traits to a skinwalker. It kills and eats its victim before wearing their skin as a disguise long enough until they get their next victim. The story ends with the main character discovering that his wife may have been the Pocket for a short time, before he is then murdered. The story is also rumored to be the reason why the subreddit r/nosleep has the rule stories must be plausible, which means that the narrator must be physically and mentally capable of posting. Stairs. A story about an old lady who lived by herself, unable to look after herself in her 2-story house. She was bound to a wheelchair, unable to get out of it, and because of this, a caretaker had to look after her, tending to her basic needs since her husband had mysteriously died. The old lady needed physical assistance to take her up and down the stairs. One day, the old lady calls 911 and reports that her caretaker had been brutally murdered on the 1st floor. The investigator arrives on scene and finds that the caretaker had her vocal cords removed before dying. He then asks to visit upstairs, where the old lady sat in her wheelchair. She insists that she's been upstairs the whole time, but he inspects anyway and discovers that there was no phone upstairs. So then, who called the police? The inspector turns around, only to now find that the wheelchair was empty. The Wanderer. The Wanderer takes the form of a young human woman in hopes of stopping nearby strangers. When they offer it a ride or step out of the vehicle to help, it lunges and attacks its prey before returning back to wandering the roadside. Its story isn't told from a point of view, but rather through several different witness testimonies and police records. Liars. A creepypasta and internet legend with a similar background as Jeff the Killer, where a kid gets severely wounded to the point of no return. Jimmy, the main character, would have acid poured onto his face from a group of bullies. And similar to the Jeff the Killer updated story, Jimmy's bullies get away scot-free, while Jimmy is left permanently scarred. Jimmy decides to hunt the bullies down one by one, leaving the last one scared and attempting to record everything around him. This does not stop Jimmy, as he attacks out of nowhere, and the story ends. A rather tame story, but the real shock comes from the image of Jimmy's face, which was caught on camera. The photo was actually later found out to be cover art for a CD by an experimental rock band, also named Liars. Where Bad Kids Go. The storyteller recalls a show that they watched as a kid when they lived in Lebanon. Due to the mass bombings that Lebanon was under, Opie had no choice but to stay inside and watch TV. An Arabic show called Where Bad Kids Go would come on and begin displaying generic quotes like, "Bad kids steal cookies," or "Bad kids don't listen to their parents." Finally, the episode would end with a camera zooming into a door. Horrific audio would begin playing, described as a mixture between blood-curdling screams and pained echoes that seemed to come from inside the door. Text would display on the screen saying, "This is where bad kids go." Several years later, Opie would become a journalist and would attempt to seek out the truth behind the show. They broke into the studio, now vacant and charred from a fire, only to find that there appeared to be a destroyed microphone hanging from the ceiling, pointing towards a door which was completely bolted and welded shut. The Dawn is Your Enemy. The story is based on Adult Swim sign-off bumpers, or little visuals that would play between TV shows and commercials. Bumpers normally only lasted for about 1 to 10 seconds before continuing on with the programming. But in 2013, a user would describe a phenomenon with Adult Swim's "The Dawn is Your Enemy" bumper. The clip would have an odd metallic rumble as metal scraped against metal before the audio abruptly cuts off. However, one day, instead of the typical 9-second long bumper, an extended 2-minute broadcast of some of the most horrifying audio ever heard would blare on public television. The broadcast would finally end with the sun winking at the viewer. Any and all public evidence of this recording has been wiped from existence, with rumors stating that Cartoon Network ran it as a mind control attempt and is now running cease and desist letters to all who attempt to upload it. The only video that is possibly left to be witnessed can only be found on the dark web. You gotta love the old creepypastas, man. Borrasca. Easily being the longest creepypasta on the entire iceberg, with Mr. Creepypasta uploading 2 parts of the complete series, altogether which combined reaches 7 hours long. It won Scariest Story of 2015 and has even reached Hollywood status, with Cole Sprouse voicing the main character, Sam Walker. Sam Walker moves to the town of Driss King, Missouri one summer, and quickly befriends 2 other kids, Kyle and Kimber. They take a trip to a strange treehouse where you are supposed to carve your name on the tree, or, quote-unquote, you will disappear. When Sam's sister Whitney does actually disappear a few months later, he spends 5 lonely years wondering what happened to her. When more people start disappearing suddenly, the 3 take it upon themselves to find out what's happening to all the disappearing people and what connection the disappearances hold with the mountain outside of town. Tales of murder, incest, curses, and paranormal beings are wrapped nicely within this 4-series story. An audiobook series was attempted to be created on the Q Code YouTube channel, but it did not pick up much traction, and it fell short, with the channel abandoning Season 2 after just 1 episode. The Purple Balloon. A child is trapped with an abusive family, the father and stepmother verbally and physically attacking each other. Eventually, it is discovered that the stepmother is the abuser, and the narrator attempts to flee the house. As they flee down the road, the father gets into a car accident, placing the narrator into a brief coma. As their body lays in the car wreck, their subconscious is greeted by a clown-esque figure. This clown declares its name as Candy Pop, but in reality, it's Death. Candy Pop taunts the narrator before giving them a balloon, and suddenly, the narrator gains consciousness, but as they do so, they feel their imaginary balloon pop. The story ends with them in the hospital, recovering safely, until the doctor walks in abruptly, and we discover that the doctor is Candy Pop in disguise. With this reveal, it's debated if the narrator had already died in the crash, or has been under a false pretense that they were still alive. similar to being trapped in purgatory, or if Candy Pop had arrived after all this time to finally take their life. White with Red. The short story is about a man who rents out a room in a supposedly haunted hotel. The front desk clerk warned him multiple times to not enter the room next to his, and because of this, now his interest is piqued. One night, he puts his eye to the keyhole to discover a woman crying in the room. Thinking nothing of it, he goes to sleep and wakes up the next day. Again, his interest still being piqued. He put his eye to the keyhole, but this time, all he could see was red. Confused, he goes downstairs and bothers the clerk about the room. She sighs and says, "A long time ago, a man had murdered his wife in that very room. We shut the room down after people said they would find a ghostly woman, but her eyes were simply just the color, red." With this discovery, the plot twist is that the whole entire time the man was staring directly in the eyes of the dead woman. The Theater. Normally, creepypastas about games are just super rare hacked ROMs or cursed versions of childhood favorites. But in the instance of The Theater, the game itself is the creepypasta. There is no developer of the game, there is no CD art, and if you attempt to install it, your entire computer will get locked. But if you manage to get past that glitch, you're greeted by the ticket taker, who you will keep running into repeatedly. He greets you, you walk into the theater, and it fades to black. You then appear outside, in front of the ticket taker, and these steps are repeated over and over and over. But some players report that, in some of their playthroughs, the ticket taker would disappear and would be replaced by a creature with a swirled head. It would be followed by loud noises, disturbing imagery, and then the screen cuts to black. But the swirly head man would still display himself on the screen sometimes, although very quickly, which would then be followed by a loud scream. After this, the ticket taker seems to be extremely panicked, running back and forth. If you talk to him, he simply says, "Never reached the other levels." Your screen fades to black. You return to the theater, and now you're faced with a large brick wall. If you touch the wall, your game crashes. After this phenomena, some players state that sometimes, when by themselves, they will see the swirly head man in the corner of their eyes, outside of the game. Ronald McDonald House. A story about a troubled foster child going from foster home to foster home until left with no other options. It was either the military or the Ronald McDonald House. Almost instantly, the storyteller regrets his decision after discovering the gory, gruesome truth behind the foster home. But that's not all. The storyteller finally discovers what really goes inside of a Happy Meal. The semi-obvious, but also semi-plot twist, is that Happy Meals are made from children. Booth World Industries. Originally titled as 630-296-7536, is about a man who moves into a cabin that requires some touching up. He calls a plumber, but is instead greeted by an operator at Booth World. He gives his name, but they state that he's already in the system. So, he gives a fake name, which proves to be pointless. Finally, he gives the name of an ex-girlfriend he had, and at the time of the appointment, gets a call from her, with her screaming and shrieking as she gets murdered. The author, now realizing that this is some sort of line for hitmen, decides to call back and give the plumber's name, but the operator states that she already has the author's name scheduled, and in order to cancel, he would need to have 1,000 people register with Booth World, aka, in order to save his life, he would need 1,000 people to die. The story ends with him giving us Booth World's number. Who Was Phone? A creepypasta so terrible that it's labeled as amazing. The story, and especially the cliffhanger, became a staple of X and inspired countless variations. There are technically 2 different versions of the story, both being too disturbing to read by myself. Original.
Okay, so basically, it's like this. You were at a friend's house for like the night or whatever, and then you guys are making out on the couch. Yeah. And then, like, her dad calls on the phone and says, No, she likes it more if you use the other hand. Yeah. And you're all like, Oh, dude, your dad's trying to give me advice on how to diddle you. And then she's like, I don't have a dad, or whatever. But what? Who was phone?
And the replica.
So, you're with your honey, and you're making out when the phone rings. You answer it, and the voice is, What are you doing with my daughter? You tell your girl, and she says, My dad is dead. Then who was phone?
The question still disturbs the internet to this day. Who or what exactly was phone? The passenger. There are two creepypastas, both named The Passenger, one written in 2013 and one written in 2015. I personally assume that they mean the 2013 version, as it fits a similar timestamp as the rest, ranging between 2010 to 2012. But we'll cover both. 2013. The story bases itself around talking about Ruby, a single mother struggling to get by, working 2 jobs, and facing poverty. The only thing keeping her on her toes was the fact that she gets to say goodnight to her young daughter every night. Their poverty was intensified due to a father abandoning them, and with no family connections left, and the daughter's severe asthma, racking up medical bills. One night, Ruby gets asked to do overtime, and despite her fatigue, she accepts the additional money, not getting off work until nearly midnight. Ruby falls asleep on the bus, only to be awakened by the fear of missing her stop. But she soon realizes that, while she passed out, a mysterious person sat next to her, out of all of the empty seats on the bus. The being, neither man nor woman, begins to surround her as she begins to cry out for help. Suddenly, the bus loses traction and spins off, driving down the wrong side of the road, as the bus driver had somehow fallen asleep. It begins to linger towards her before attempting to strike, but Ruby manages to escape, mentioning that somehow the bus was near her house, even though earlier it was off route. She heads inside to discover her daughter suffering from an asthma attack. She calls the police and spends the night by her side. In the end, it's hinted that this mysterious thing was death, as they didn't show up on the bus's camera footage. Nor does the bus driver even remember the events of that night. It was as if the hooded figure had vanished without a trace, all but for one chilling reminder that it had indeed been there. For at the seat where it had sat was a message, clawed into the wood underneath, 2 words which simply read, "Not yet." In Ruby's mind, those words have haunted her more than any hooded figure ever could. For if not yet, when? 2015. This story was pretty difficult to understand what was happening, so I'm just gonna keep it blunt. A man appears at a car crash talking to the woman inside the wrecked vehicle. The two talk for a while, providing each other company, before the police arrive at the scene. Again, it's difficult to grasp what's actually happening, but in the end, it seems that the man who approached the woman was an angel, taking her away to the afterlife. The plot twist being that we couldn't know if the woman was dead or alive. I found a hidden door in my cellar. A creepypasta about a husband and wife who built a wine cellar, only to leave the construction abandoned sometime later. But it may not be as abandoned as they thought, when they discover that a man-like cryptid has been living inside there for quite a few centuries. There isn't much else to the creepypasta, but it is held in high regard across the subreddit r/nosleep. Persuaded. A short creepypasta story written in 2008 about an outbreak that causes animals and humans to react violently. But this isn't just your average zombie apocalypse. These are full-on, sprinting, flesh-devouring zombies. And what's even worse, they learned how to speak. Good luck not being lured out by your friends and peers' voices. Dogscape. A lengthy creepypasta about a very disturbing concept. The concept that every single piece of matter that exists is made up of dogs. It may sound silly at first, but the story quickly displays that it's a gruesome, disturbing living situation. Every step you take, you're walking on top of dogs. Every bite into fruit is actually a bite into puppy's flesh. The story is written through journal entries, as the storyteller describes his graphic exploration into dog fur and flesh, and discovers that if you dig too deep, the dogscape will regenerate over you, claiming your organs and skin as their own. Do you want shelter? Dog fur. Do you want weapons? Dog bones. Do you want pen ink? Dog blood. Want to stay hydrated? Dog milk. Want to cure your urges and cravings? Dog A concept so simplistic in theory, yet so heavily detailed and grotesque when explored. The story ends with the narrator discovering that the dogscape does not grow in the North Pole. Granted, he doesn't know what the North Pole is either, having never seen the snow before, and because of never experiencing anything unrelated to dogs, the narrator dies due to frostbite. If you can stomach it, I advise you to seek out Dark Somnion's narration of this. He adds a whole new gruesome addition to the story, with the use of sound effects. Romanian Knowledge Experiment. A story about a rumored government operation that involved taking 3 people and dropping them off on 3 separate days in a closed-off forest. Each was given a pack of supplies and was told to journal their thoughts as they made their way to a cabin. They all write that something is out there, in the woods. The first only sees the silhouette of something, due to his oil lamp. The second only sees blobs of orange, because of his night vision. The third has a digital camera, and reports seeing a large monster, almost unexplainable to the human eye. The third person never reports back to the cabin. Masterpiece. The storyteller explains that they heard a noise earlier, discovered that their parents had been murdered, and that something had propped the parents' bodies against the bed, staring at them. But they're too afraid to move, because whatever has killed their parents will kill them. Their eyes adjusted to the darkness in the room, and finally could see that the monster wrote something on the wall. In blood, the message just states, "I know you're awake." The Showers. A very lengthy series that also was eventually turned into a book. The storyteller recalls his favorite teacher discussing a piece of land in Nebraska, to which he simply called The Showers. Finally, after remembering all of the weird things that the teacher said about it, he decides to investigate the land with a friend. Upon arrival, they discover strange paranormal happenings, such as seeing the ghosts of children and a mysterious smell of rot. Then, years later, his girlfriend pesters him to visit the Showers via road trip. It appears to be some sort of haunted ground, but it all may be a metaphor towards handling trauma as a kid, growing up and using alcohol as a cheap suppressant, because the Showers only exist for those damaged enough to visit them. Happy Sun Daycare. The narrator, who works as a reporter for an online news blog, decides to interview former employees and students that attended Happy Sun Daycare. The creepypasta ends up being about a demented daycare place that tormented children that were deemed as troublesome or naughty. But they didn't just hit the children. They locked bad kids into a cramped area with a werewolf. Happiness for Sale. A creepypasta based off of the legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. The storyteller describes his experience with the Happy Mask Shop, explaining the oddities and, eventually, the disturbing and horrific events surrounding the shop. What starts off with unusual events like strange dreams soon turn to horror as the storyteller witnesses a child's face get ripped off and replaced with a mask. Afterwards, the shopkeeper disappears, leaving behind no trace of existence. Queen's Guard. The actual title of this creepypasta is, I was a part of the Queen's Guard in England, one of the rare jobs where you weren't allowed to move, no matter what stands in front of you. A long series, supposedly written in 4 parts. However, only the first 2 parts show up when Googled, with the updated Facebook group no longer being accessible. It tells of a man who gets stalked by some form of entity in the shape of a woman. Every time she's around, she begins counting down the same numbers, increasingly getting shorter and shorter. By the end of her countdown, she is completely disfigured, with her mouth tearing the skin open. Whoever is around her when she reaches 0 then follows her exact fate. The Princess. A creepypasta based off of a fictional game named Hero and Princess. The story is about a man who creates the concept of the princess for the game. However, due to budget and timing, the princess concept was then discarded. But her original designer grew increasingly obsessed with the princess, leading to him taking his life one day. And ever since then, the new projects that the company worked on would run into severe glitches, where a white sprite with red hair would show up, practically breaking the game. Eventually, the projects were canceled, and the company was abandoned. The Tale of Robert Elm. A lengthy story about an old man who comes to the same bar for years, never speaking to anyone, until the bartender asks about his story. The man, being Robert Elm, then begins to talk about how he was capable of escaping death from an ancient eldritch cult, as he killed everyone off, one by one. No matter where he escaped, somehow, the cult's new members followed nearby, and despite how many times he fooled them and escaped, they always found him. But finally, he's capable of escaping for good. He drinks away his problems, joking that he's poisoning himself with alcohol in case they do find him again, and that he won't have anything fresh for them to bite into. He gets up, walks away, feeling victorious over his accomplishment of outliving the cult. And as he leaves, it's revealed that the bartender himself is a part of the cult. But it isn't until he comes back to his apartment, where he's greeted by a figure with green eyes, being none other than the eldritch beast itself. It greets Robert, approaches him, and the story ends. A man incapable of escaping his fate. Autopilot. A short creepypasta story describing the day-to-day agenda of the average man. How you wake up, begin your shower, and you fall into this autopilot routine. Even though some things may change on a daily basis, your routine keeps you stagnant and focused. So focused that the narrator forgets to unbuckle their daughter out of their car seat. So focused that the narrator forgets how hot the temperature was supposed to get today. So focused that, even on the way home, the narrator doesn't really notice the smell of dead, rotting meat, which comes from your car's back seat, all because you were on autopilot. The plot twist being that the dead, rotting smell is the daughter, as she was baked alive inside of the car. Super Mario 128. A creepypasta about a rare Nintendo video game that was supposed to be released for the GameCube. While it's your basic super spooky video game pasta with creepy graphics and unsettling messages, like Bowser threatening to kill Peach, it is rumored that it's actually a metaphor for how Nintendo dreads their fans. The fans want something mature, how they're tired of the PG-esque Mario Land stuff, but yet, when Nintendo makes something more mature, the fans tear it apart. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Nintendo has no choice but to simply keep moving forward. Zorax. A creepypasta based around the legend of Zelda. This would actually be the big reveal at the end of the story. The story is written from the perspective of the narrator, as they discuss growing up during a great horrible illness. The narrator contracts the disease, called Zorax, in which has caused many children to be vaccinated and taken to the woods, where they would be safe. The vaccination ends up causing its host to have hallucinations, even long after its use, The main hallucination that many people faced was befriending a trail of light. The trail of light could supposedly talk to children and even carry conversations. This trail of light would end up becoming Navi, the guide that assists you throughout the games. Link finally has his hallucination, meeting Navi, which immediately summons him to the Deku Tree. If you're lost, the story is attempting to say that Link's lore originates from a horrific disease, and it isn't until after they are cured that Ocarina of Time begins. Of course, this draws flack from the internet, as Link's lore is already massively complex and splits into a multitude of routes. Never go camping in the woods alone. For the first time in this iceberg, I came across a problem. There, seemingly, was no story ever called Never Go Camping in the Woods Alone. There was nothing on Creepypasta sites, nothing on r/nosleep, nothing on any of the wiki sites. The only evidence that this story had to prove that it existed was a narration by Creepypasta Jr., uploaded in May of 2018. Even in his description, the story is only listed as written by Anonymous, and the comments don't seem to hint towards an author at all. No other channels, except for one channel which I'm deeming as a bot, had ever uploaded this story. However, ironically enough, the bot channel had just uploaded this, days prior to me searching for this. Odd. Regardless, the story consists of a narrator who finds peace within hiking. His friends, his happiness, they all seem to revolve around going into the outdoors. Getting the chance to go out for a week, the narrator chooses a brand new location to explore, but instead, they arrive at a distorted, abandoned forest park, one which the reviews had completely lied about. The story ends up resorting into a skinwalker/rake monster that lurks in the woods, one with no eyes and a mouthful of teeth, but it's still well written. The narrator manages to escape in the end, comes home, and provides us with the warning: never go camping in the woods alone. The Strider. The Strider, also referred to as the Stiltwalker, is a monster which crawls around on jagged, long legs and arms, covered in fog and fur. There are two stories about this creature, referring to them by different names. However, in both stories, the cryptid is a very tall, hairy black creature, and is speculated that it hunts other animals. Some say it's an evil creature that will kill you if you interact with it, while other witnesses have stated that this isn't true, saying that they have met peaceful and friendly ones. It is possible that there is a difference between Striders and Stiltwalkers, one being an aggressive breed, while the other being a mysterious, peaceful specimen. Nonetheless, it would be nearly impossible to identify them, as both creatures look identical. Kill Switch. An extremely rare creepypasta game, much like The Theater and Polybius. The game could only ever be played once. When the player dies, the game erases itself from their system. The game has two different characters to play as, although only one scenario can be completed due to the aforementioned single playthrough. The characters were a girl named Porto and Gast. Like most creepypasta games, it's full of unsettling imagery and disturbing messages, but playing this game leaves a drastic effect towards those who play it. Mr. Mix. A creepypasta about the PC game Mr. Mix from the early 90s. The game was immensely difficult, even though it was made for kids, as it was a typing game. You had to reach a certain amount of typed words per minute, and to pass level 5, you had to type 500 words per minute. A group of hackers finally broke past the level, and discovered that there was indeed an additional level. But the game wasn't built to be surpassed. So, it would flood the hackers' computers with horrific images of people being tortured. Finally, they discovered the trigger file and deactivated it, and proceeded onward. However, no one truly knows what level 6 consisted of, as every single hacker who worked on this has mysteriously vanished. Supposedly 2 years later from this, one of the hackers appears in a grocery store and attempts to kidnap a child. The hacker was dressed as a chef, and when interrogated by the police, he could only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't really get any more early 2010s creepypasta than that. Console Me. A creepypasta about a cursed gamer. The storyteller describes hearing a voice saying his name from his home screen, and soon discovering that the voice isn't just coming from the Xbox, but from every video game he plays. He discovers that the voice is of a girl who was murdered and was then turned into a cyber ghost, and that her only way to escape is by breaking her shackle to a player, aka the storyteller. By breaking the shackle, that means the storyteller must die and join her as a cyber ghost. And then, in that moment, they can live together forever as video game ghosts. Pokemon, Come Follow Me. Also known as Come Follow Me, it's a creepypasta that is held in extremely high regard. However, it plays off of the Lavender Town Syndrome theory, with kids mysteriously dying or taking their lives after experiencing this video game. But instead of the curse coming from the Lavender Town theme song, the curse is discovered after a long conspiracy theory of developers and others close to the game taking their own lives, all leaving behind notes saying, "Come follow me." With all the leads gone, the case goes cold for several months, until a letter comes to the police. They discover that, somewhere in the beginning of the game, a curse was placed inside of the code before you talk to Professor Oak. It is discovered that the code roots to your deepest traumas, your deepest grief, and persuades you into taking your life so that the pain is over. In the end, the main detective takes his life as the code displays his family begging to see him once more in the afterlife. The story finishes by saying that the games were burned and destroyed, but the code still exists out there, and that if you still have an old Pokemon Red cartridge, to go into the grassy area before you see Oak and see what you find. Obey the Walrus. A real video that's entire premise is based off of being unsettling. It shows Andros from Star Fox as he begins singing Itsy Bitsy Spider. The audio pitches way up all of a sudden, as trippy visuals display, before cutting to an old video of a drag queen tap dancing. The entire time the video plays, there's a distorted version of Itsy Bitsy Spider playing in the background. The drag queen would later be identified as Goddess Bunny, or Sandy Crisp, who was a victim and survivor of polio as a young child. Sandy would come out numerous times with their disappointment and frustration towards the creepypasta, and has even been interviewed to shine a better light on their story. Unfortunately, in 2021, Sandy would pass away at 61 years old. 1 million viewer. A story about a kid who gets a spam email asking if he wanted to earn 1 million viewers fast. Going along with it, he soon discovers that it's not a hoax. He soon reaches YouTube fame without knowing that he just sacrificed his life for views. The Strangers. The creepypasta story is written through the eyes of the storyteller, as he describes what used to be his day-to-day basis. Every day he would get ready for work, head to the train station, and people watch until his stop arrived. And every day, there would be the same exact man sitting alone. Eventually, the storyteller gets obsessed on why this man is here. He seemed so out of place, and lo behold, the man isn't from this realm, and the storyteller discovers that his realm is simply one of thousands, each realm full of horrific, cryptic beasts. As he experiences each realm in the train station, he soon discovers that he is far from home, and who knows how long it'll be until he's finally back. The Goodman Saga. Also referred to as $1.wave, Camcorder, and Knob.x. The story is told in the series of events following John Goodman and a virus named $1.wave. The virus completely takes over his computer, breaking it entirely, but then it begins breaking every computer that he has. Eventually, he discovers that the $1.wave virus is actually an entity, plaguing an old ghost of a woman. The old woman leaves behind cash everywhere she pops up, but if you take the cash, then the curse lays onto you. The story ends with John Goodman thinking he got rid of the curse, until he received a strange comment on his blog, Camcorder is written through the perspective of John's brother, Henry. Henry's story starts somewhere similar to John's, in which they both bought something off of eBay, which turned out to be relatively strange, if not downright disturbing. He explains how the camera he bought had footage recorded, where a man followed a little girl around. This little girl then haunts his dreams until one night, he's unable to sleep. His girlfriend gets annoyed at his restlessness and goes to sleep on the couch, but freezes in place. He gets up to see what's the matter, only to find that the TV was on, displaying the little girl's face. And then the story literally ends like, "But there was no TV, it was our window." The final story begins through the perspective of Sally Goodman, the sister to both John and Henry. Except instead of buying something off of eBay, she literally just finds a USB drive on the ground and sticks it into her computer. Inside the USB drive was a game called Knob.x. However, the story follows many similarities to the creepypasta Toader's Maze, where the storyteller is actually controlling the monster, but the story ends with it all being semi-fictional, like Sally is writing it for entertainment. The saga ends with comments appearing on the blog, with both Goodman brothers commenting about how they hope this paranormal stuff is over. One final comment comes from an anonymous user, stating, "You hope so, huh?" This is believed to be either the old lady ghost or a bigger spirit taunting them. Toader's Maze. A creepypasta video game that falls under the trope of so rare that it's difficult to believe it ever existed. It follows a lot of the same ideas of previous video game creepypastas, such as strange happenings, weird messages, and paranormal encounters. It appears that a game built in the 90s may have more to it than a simple keyboard input instructions. The game seems to display its maps based off of memories of the player, with the player actually controlling the monster the entire time. This, of course, breaks the common rule of creepypastas, because in the end, the monster kills the storyteller. String theory. Also known as imps. While based on an actual scientific theory, the story itself focuses on the idea that everything you do, everything you say, everything you will eventually do, has already been destined for you. One morning, the storyteller recalls how they could see every single string surrounding everyone. He finds an imp who quietly is hanging strings outside, and the two begin to discuss the actual reality. The story ends with the main character realizing that, while he now has free will, he will forever be alone, as every single human being to ever exist already has fate strung out for them. They cannot and will not interact with the storyteller, since he no longer has any strings. In a last-moment plea, he begs to be restrung. Binary DNA. In the story, it describes a very unique computer file, unattainable to the common hacker, and cannot be deciphered by the common investigator. It contains several files full of strange audio and pictures. However, the theory originates from a very old wives' tale, that when you take a picture of someone, you capture their soul on the camera, and that very picture can now control their soul. So, what happens when you take someone's soul and convert it into DNA? Is there secretly something within our DNA that can translate to a file? Sounds crazy until a group of hackers discovers this very thing. After the sudden tragic deaths of the hacker group, the files have been locked up with the government, never to be seen again. Paid for in blood. A story about cave explorers attempting to discover riches beyond their greatest imagination, as they mine further and further, discovering previous explorers' corpses. However, they soon discover the deceased can still walk, still crave, still eat, and worst of all, these corpses are not the only thing down there, as they come face to face with what can only be described as a Lovecraftian pit of flesh and gore, controlling these deceased expeditioners. The story ends with the owner of the land demanding more miners to go in and find these great riches. Dying Happy. A creepypasta based around the Tomodachi life for the Nintendo 3DS, It's written almost entirely in dialogue form, with a few details here and there. A conversation is had with the storyteller and their friend, before discovering that his friend had taken his own life after playing Tomodachi Life. Lost and confused, the storyteller begins trying to put the pieces together as to what caused the friend to do this. As he unravels more disturbing footage from the game, he makes the final connection. Whenever a character dies in the game, and they will die, the person playing them dies as well. What makes it more unsettling is that the antagonist, Mr. Happy, claims that he will quote-unquote make you happy before your character takes their life. JVK 1166Z.ESP. A creepypasta based around a Morrowind mod, which at first would destroy people's save files and lock them out of playing Morrowind altogether. Eventually, a loophole is discovered, and the mod is playable. The narrator's friend notices something about the mod, and realizes that the game tracks the stars by real time. Deciding to wait until the game gets to their specific year, as the game was made in 2005, they fast forward the game until the stars align with the stars above them that night. This is all done by using a constellation track. However, an assassin begins attacking him in the game, and then attacking him in his dreams, and finally, in real life. There have been several recreations of this mod. All, of course, do not have a real-life assassin coming to kill you. Bedtime. This horrifying series goes on for 5 chapters, categorized as parts, each hefty in length and detail. Similar to Pen Pals, each part contains its own characters, storylines, plots, and in-depth details that make the entire story difficult to summarize altogether. What starts off as the narrator recalling his fear of the dark as a child evolves into a lifelong discovery that they were, in fact, never alone, being tormented, harassed, and eventually attacked by a paranormal being. In the end, the narrator lights his house on fire, igniting the beast with a lighter and killing it. And for the first time in his entire life, he can finally sleep. An egg. A very unique tale, placing itself through the eyes of God. You have recently just died from a severe accident, and are now discussing mortality with the creator of life. He begins to inform you that you should not be worried, as everyone on the entire earth, everyone who ever existed and will ever come to exist, is a reincarnation of you. Finally, God informs you that one day, you will become God. But first, you have to live through every single human life throughout all of time. That is when you become God, and you get your own universe. The story ends with the spirit moving on to becoming its next human. Mistman. A lengthy story via the form of a blog post about a man who gets framed for the mysterious murder of his best friend, and then framed for the murders of 2 more of his friends, and then framed for the murders of an entire hospital lobby. All signs point to him, and now his life is in shambles. Who's going to believe him when he tells his blog that everyone is being murdered by a demon? The story ends with the storyteller figuring out that the more people that know about the Mistman, the more powerful it becomes, and thus he submits his last post to his blog, receiving almost 4,000 comments. Nails. A 2010 story about a man dealing with a scraping noise outside of his apartment every day. Thinking it's just neighbors, as he himself couldn't find the source, he ignores it. I know this part doesn't make any sense, but while he's at work, he decides that he could just follow the noise to find where the scratching is coming from. Kind of contradicts the whole "I looked everywhere and couldn't find it" part, but anyway, he does this and discovers a ghostly figure with metal nails all across its fingers and toes. The ghost attacks him, tortures him, and blinds him with the nails. The story ends with the man now being the monster. You can kind of begin to understand why there started being creepypasta rules, the most popular one being that the narrator cannot die in order to submit the story. because it kind of just doesn't make sense. Especially for that one, because it said that he was blinded by nails and has now become the monster itself. But he's the one who wrote the story and submitted the story from his own perspective, which means he stopped being a ghost and got his vision back. Or he could have just told the story to someone else and had them write it up, but kind of contradicts everything, as he's now a murderous, demonic I'm just rambling, whatever. None of these make any sense. Let's just go on to the next one. The Puppet Master's Regime. A lengthy, multiple-part series creepypasta. The story follows a mysterious play throughout the early 1900s, but as more information is unveiled, it hides a much more graphic and disturbing history. What originates as a musical soon begins to display itself as pro-putative content for those who watch the play, with the puppeteer sleeping with all of the puppets being played by children. As the story continues, it begins to unravel itself into common creepypasta tropes, unfortunately. A great, if not horrific premise simply ends with, and everyone who saw the plays went insane and died. Though the ending feels cliché, the story itself is still rather disturbing. Room 732. Also referred to as Sweet Nothings. This story actually falls on the more feelsy side than the disturbing side. The storyteller demands room 732 and is pestered to choose a different room from the clerk. A murder had occurred in that room many, many years ago, making the hotel go from a 4-star establishment to a run-down, mucky hotel. But he persists, and he gets his key, as he does every year, and he walks into his room. Once he settles down, he begins to feel a presence behind him. "I miss you," he claims. "I wish I had come back sooner. I wish I had been here. I wish..." But then, he gets interrupted. "I know." A voice echoes into his ear. It is learned that the room he had been going to all this time was the same room in which his lover or wife had been murdered, and therefore, he gets to spend time with her ghost. Secret Bar. A creepypasta about a newly turned 21-year-old attempting to experience the bizarre side of town finally gets a once-in-a-lifetime invitation to a bar that deems itself as a journey to hell. However, the name itself isn't far from the truth. Once inside, patrons are forced to suffer in their indulgence. Chain smokers are forced to permanently smoke until their throats turn to ash. Self-lovers are forced to enact with themselves until their skin rubs off, left with flesh and blood. Perhaps Welcome to Hell isn't just a slogan. Red Moon. If you've ever watched Apollo 18, you can say that the story is identical to that. If not, the story was written in 2012, but the story takes place in 2020. Astronauts go onto the moon to begin human colonization, but their journey is quickly and brutally ended. Their experiences are told through recording tapes, with the last one being titled, "Please Help." The audio within the tape is the sound of bones snapping, while the camera records the visceral, gory dismemberment of the astronauts, noting that the moon is already inhabited by an aggressive alien species. A rescue team goes to the moon to receive what was left behind and refuses to discuss what they've seen. The story ends with a photograph of one of the aliens, this being the only evidence leaked to the public. The Thing That Stalks the Fields. The Thing That Stalks the Fields is a creepypasta story about a man who is stalked by a mysterious creature while driving through the countryside. The story is told from the man's point of view, as he describes the creature as being tall, thin, with long arms and legs. The creature is also described as being very pale, with large dark eyes. The man, terrified of the creature, tries to drive away from it, but it always seems to be following him. The story ends with the man driving off of a cliff in an attempt to escape the creature. The Body Farm. Written as a 3-part series on r/NoSleep, this lengthy saga actually continues on for 7 additional parts on the Creepypasta website. The story is based around a man who takes up a security guard position on a mysterious, sealed-off island. What takes place on the island, however, is a dead body research facility. Eventually, it's discovered that the doctor who runs the facility recently lost his eldest son and is now using the dead bodies to study and reanimate them. Once he's capable of reanimating them, he handpicks targets and harvests their parts, rather dead or alive. So in the end, he can recreate his lost son. The Pancake Family. A story told through an investigator's recalling of an unsolved murder in his town. He's tagged along with a journalist who's actively trying to land her next big story. Once they find where the bodies could be, the two break in, only to find that the family is still alive. Still alive after 20 years. Except their bodies have all been surgically malformed in order to then be pressed down in agonizing pain until they were approximately 4 inches high. For 20 years, they were worked on, tortured, irreversibly damaged, just to have their bodies then stacked on top of each other like a stack of pancakes. The Holders. A creepypasta story mentioning how there are beings called holders, and each holder is bound to an item of significant importance. However, if all holders were to come together, holding all 538 objects that they're bound to, the world would fold in on itself, destroying the very fabric of reality. While it sounds simple enough to just not gather together, these certain objects create a lust that is embedded deep inside of humanity. If you find out that someone is trying to find an object, then they have already been bound to its curse. Stop them at any means necessary. Necrosleep.net. A story following a blogger's journey into becoming a night owl. He begins to sleep during the day so he can get the privileges of being alone during the night, until he begins getting strange messages from a forum he frequents. The messages start off advertising a special pill that can keep you awake for days, piquing the blogger's interest. But he soon discovers the horrors behind staying awake, which slowly turns him into a zombie-like being, killing and cannibalizing his family. The story ends with the police discovering the blogger's brains had dozens of bugs crawling inside, hatching from the pills. Seer of Possibilities. A story about an entity that's capable of controlling fate and twisting it to its advantage. All it needs is the storyteller to do very simplistic tasks, and everything else is taken care of. Very on par with the domino effect. Every small, irrelevant detail results in gigantic events that steer the storyteller towards a better life. But the cost of this better life is often a close one's life, and the storyteller doesn't find out until it's far too late. For over 12 years, this entity tells the storyteller to do basic tasks that result in massive gain, and also, unfortunately, result in tragedy for complete strangers. The story ends with the entity revealing that, while the storyteller was gaining positivity in his life for every task, there was a second person who was only gaining negativity in his life for every task done, and that stranger has decided to show up at their house. And the story ends with the victim murdering the storyteller. Twist ending. A short story about a greedy author who steals small creators' work and publishes them as his own. Once he publishes them, he then tells his agents to blacklist those small creators so that their work is never published and that they can't come out with the truth. One day, the author receives a manuscript from a small author, and as he reads it, he prepares himself to seal the ending. But the ending is actually a note from the writer to the author, stating that the writer was previously blacklisted from having their story stolen. So, to get revenge, they laced the pages with arsenic. By the time he would finish reading the page, it would be too late. Storage Room 6. A story about a man who worked in a storage company discusses his experiences when he had the job. Immediately, he declares that the reason he doesn't work anymore is because of, quote-unquote, the entity. It becomes pretty straightforward from there, with a man talking about working with his coworkers before the entity either killed them or brutally tore them apart. The author survived the attack, but is left crippled and traumatized for the rest of his life. Raven Man Ritual. Not actually a story, but rather a game that you can play with yourself, although it's recommended that you don't. It lists items that you would need to purchase or obtain before sprinkling salt all around yourself and chanting out a summoning phrase. If done right, the Raven Man will arrive, although he's not seen, but rather felt in the room. It is believed that he knows everything and will only answer 3 of your questions. Rather vague or specific is up to him. If you insult or mock him and his answers, then he drags you to purgatory. However, if you thank him and snuff out the candles with your fingers and not your breath, then he will return from where he came. My Dead Girlfriend Keeps Messaging Me on Facebook. The full title is My Dead Girlfriend Keeps Messaging Me on Facebook. I've got the screenshots. I don't know what to do. And it was posted on r/nosleep back in 2014. The story begins with OP talking about his girlfriend who died in August of 2012 from a car accident. 13 months after her death, OP suddenly began receiving messages from his dead girlfriend on Facebook. Originally thinking someone else was using his deceased girlfriend's account, the man eventually becomes convinced that it was indeed his girlfriend contacting him from the grave, as the spirit would provide details that only she and he would know. The screenshots he provided are an eerie, yet at first melancholic view into what was once his thriving relationship. At first, anyway. The OP would show his screenshots, timestamping each with a description and their confusion. He noticed that, at first, the messages she was sending were similar to messages that she sent when she was still alive. So, he chalked it up to either a bot or a hacker. Their messages weren't every day, and sometimes he wouldn't hear anything from them for weeks. It wasn't until 3 months into the situation that he receives his very first original message. Freezing. Stuck between trying to figure out what's happening and if he's truly having communications with his girlfriend. He locks her account as a memorial page, but her messages don't stop. She sends him one last message, but he doesn't open it until hours later, only to see that someone or something took a photo of his computer from outside his front door. He panics and goes to leave with an update saying, "Going to drive to friends, forgot to open the garage door in my panic, so building up the nerve to get out to do that now." But his post is updated one more time later on. It only says, "I should be scared. I've occasionally opened a heart. Just fucked up. It's very not me. She's more real to me in that state." And the story ends. Many theories try to debunk this, as the OP never posts ever again on his account. Theories ranging from the person who crashed into her and killed her is her hacker, to the theory of she's alive and OP's the one who's dead. But the common ground theory, which I even agree with, is that during his rush to open the garage door, or during his drive, he too got into a wreck and passed away. The very last update he ever posted was him reaching out in a similar fashion that his girlfriend was doing. The Library of Eternity. A realm where you can find the infinite answers to everything, to other dimensions and their answers. However, once you enter, you wipe your own existence, along with your own current timeline, as you cannot exist in a realm where every possibility happens. The library is outside of every dimension, including other creepypasta gods, providing you a window into whatever you want. The power of knowledge is costly. Email. An email finds itself in the wrong hands, as the narrator accidentally discovers that the government is creating a pandemic based around the Ebola virus. Any attempts at getting the word is silenced, as everyone he leaks it to is mysteriously killed or arrested. The story ends with the narrator realizing he permanently now has to be on the run and can never return back to his family or his old life. Faith Buddies. A children's TV show similar to Sesame Street, but the main character, Pinky, focuses heavily on religious discussions. The Bible stories that are told in the show are described to lack the softening that similar programs would implement to make the stories more palpable for the younger audiences. 2 key episodes that come to the mind of the narrator are one where Pinky discusses homosexuality, yelling at a little girl for having a gay older brother, and another where he discusses Cain's murder of Abel, to which a gory, blood-covered animation takes place. The story ends with a traumatizing depiction of hell, with horrific imagery and screaming displayed from the television. Pinky states, "This is the wrath of the Lord. It makes me happy to see sinners get what they deserve," before the set is burned to the ground from a hooded figure. Grocery list. The narrator speaks as if the story is happening to you, rather than themselves. You get a call from your mother asking to pick up groceries. You purchase and return home to find multiple bags of groceries already laid out, some contents having already been expired. You look up and you see your mother sitting on a couch, decapitated. You call the police and they discover that she has been dead for over a week now, as the police psychiatrist talks to you, and the story ends with, "It's not uncommon for people suffering from schizophrenia to get locked into a series of repetitive behaviors," he says. You think to yourself, they can't be talking about me. Schizophrenia? No way. Repetitive behavior? Do they think I did this? Suddenly, your cell phone goes off. "Hello? Hi, hon, it's me. Could you stop at the store and pick up some chicken and milk? Oh, and I need some bread and cereal too." "No problem, Mom. I'll be right over." You begin your repetitive loop once more. Flaws. A boy discusses his recent realization that the world is upset with each other because no one wants to acknowledge their flaws. Annoyed that people aren't proud of their imperfections, he tries to show his family his perspective. Therefore, he tortures and accidentally kills most of them with a knife. And in the end, he has his little sister give him his own imperfections as she kills him peacefully. Prisoner 959. A prisoner who is locked away from the rest of the inmates in a prison because of his extremely violent nature. One day, a prison riot breaks out, and a guard feels he has no choice but to release him as a weapon simply to save the guard's own life, thus allowing the prisoner to kill the other inmates. There is speculation that the prisoner is deaf, but it's not made positive. In the end, the prisoner escapes and is never seen again. Some viewers view this as a good thing, others view this as an obvious bad thing. It depends on how you view the prisoner. Some view them as a weapon, a killing machine. Others view them as a protector or a ruthless guardian. In from the cold. An astronaut discovers that something is attempting to break into a shuttle, terrified of what's out there, and terrified of what it's capable of, since it can survive the harsh environment of space. He puts himself into lockdown, while checking every single camera and door to make sure it hasn't come in. Only, in the end, does he realize that he had become trapped outside of his own shuttle, and begins to shake on the door, unable to get in. The Old English Village. A ritual creepypasta, where if you wish into a well in the middle of an abandoned village, your wish will be granted. But you have to shake hands with the last person who ditched the ritual, as their corpse rises from the well, rotting and covered in filth. If you can be around them for 5 minutes, then your wish is granted. The challenge being not to listen to your flight instinct, and to ignore any fear that you feel. In the end, you could even go the extra mile and say that this is all a metaphor about life. Stick your ground when life gets tough, and you'll be rewarded greatly for your strength and courage. I can speak confidently and say that this is most definitely not what the author was doing. Teddy. A creepypasta based around a disturbing teddy bear, but the story itself is rather traditional. A scary doll is possessed and taunts its owner, before they end up destroying the doll in a fire. They return back home, only to find it right back in the house. However, what solidifies this story in creepypasta history is the image that was attached. And even after all of these years, I myself was still unnerved seeing the picture as I reread the story. And lastly, and unfortunately, this doll is very much real. as someone in the forum comments. The toy is confirmed to be a doll of the Soviet character, Shubaraska, I'm probably saying that wrong, from the 1970s. Generation loss. The concept of lost quality occurs when copying a VHS tape to another tape, with its quality being degraded via the copy. The creepypasta is about a man who supposedly took a video and copied it so many times that quality was all but gone, resulting in strange images to be displayed. This video was then believed to be spread all across 4chan's B-board in 2008, where users would claim that if you watched some of the video, you would feel severe burning in your skull, and you could hear screams from the tape. Along with that, some users claimed to see a boy staring at them from within the video. But if you watched a full entire video, then it is rumored that the boy from the video will haunt you in real life. Teeth.jpg. This creepypasta describes just how far someone will go in the name of art. From strange paintings to gory, grotesque torture, the storyteller discovers just how morbidly creative their roommate can be. Living with 3 other people, the storyteller looks through their weird roommate's laptop one night to find a disturbing image. In the image, a woman with missing eyes has her mouth stretched impossibly wide open, revealing a jumbled, messy row of teeth. After this, 2 roommates disappear one night, with only the weird roommate returning. When asked, they dodge the questions and lock themselves away. Desperate to find answers, the storyteller and a 3rd roommate go investigating, only to find their innocent, lovable, cute roommate surgically ripped apart, her face distorted to match that exact image that the storyteller had found. The story ends with the narrator recalling that he could still hear her breathing. Life imitates art. A game of tag. A creepypasta about a lost YouTube video that appeared in 2017. The video consists of a city in full panic, with a green hooded girl jumping from person to person, infecting them with a single touch. Once infected, it seems the people instantly drop dead, and their bodies inflate. Once the media picked up on the story, they lie and say that it's a biohazard attack from a gas or infected syringes. Despite the constant backlash from the internet, the media continues forth, stating that this was, instead, a biohazard attack. The reason the media continues with this story is because, at no point, had anyone actually ever seen this green hooded girl. She would supposedly teleport, kill dozens, and then seemingly vanish from the scene. Before the video came out, she was only spotted attacking small third world villages, but this video would be proof of her first attack in populated areas. My property isn't normal. A lengthy story about a man with a large mass of land. His land doesn't just contain simple forest life, though. It seems to contain cryptid beasts that are out to harm him. It's written with a twist of humor, therefore this actually stands out a lot more than most of the creepypastas on this list. The story also doesn't necessarily play the role of I'm a victim and everything is scary. Instead, it actually seems to tell itself from an experienced point. It kind of radiates the whole I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. Really refreshing, honestly. Plus, it's not even edgy either. It's not like the character is badass or anything. He's just annoyed by all of the cryptids. Maybe a bit scared here and there. Missing teeth. A creepypasta about a man trying to cope with losing his teeth until he discovers that his teeth aren't just falling out of his mouth. They're being taken. I'm a 911 operator. A story that's written in dialogue between the 911 operator and the person reporting the incident. It starts off odd, if not silly, when the person states that there's someone outside the house doing a handstand. But as this handstanding being approaches closer to the person's window, they find that it's not a human, that there's much more. Honestly, the story leaves all to the imagination, but finding a narration of it makes it so much better. Anomaly. A creepypasta posted on 4chan's paranormal board, referring to extremely rare and paranormal images owned by a stubborn collector. The OP technically would face legal problems if posted anywhere else. So, he remains anonymous throughout all 14 of his posts. Each photograph posted would have a disturbing backstory to it. For example, a photo of a man before he went to war and lost his head and right arm from an explosion had a strange crack displayed over his arm and head in the photo. Another was about a man who wanted to capture the essence of cave darkness, since it is only visible by man-made lights, as no sunlight can make it deep into a cave. After taking a photo in the darkness, he discovers that there are 3 cryptid beings in this photograph. The story itself doesn't necessarily have a plot, as each photograph has its own story. But, ironically enough, the majority of these photographs have since then turned into their own independent creepypastas. Stubbs Clubhouse. A creepypasta about growing up watching a low-budget ripoff of Pee-wee's Playhouse. Everything from the music to the set to the costumes were all extremely low maintenance. Overall, it follows the same pattern as most Lost episode descriptions. Weird music, odd colors, and eventually, disturbing images that are displayed. However, Stubb was supposed to be just an ordinary clown, wearing a rainbow jacket and pants with stars on them. But the problem is, only kids could see him, and once you watched an episode, kids began seeing Stubb in real life. The story ends with OP discovering that Stubb wasn't just on their TV, he was in their home, in his little sister's room. Shut that damn door. A creepypasta about a kid who moves into a strict household run by his aunt. Although she was simple with her rules, one rule that she demanded, if not screamed about, was to make sure that every door was closed. Finally, one day he discovers the basement has a secret door, but is warned to never enter. But he does, only to discover that something lies beyond that secret door, something evil and hungry. The reason all of the doors were closed wasn't because of strict rules. The doors acted as an alarm system in case these things ever broke loose. Finally, he moves out and into a foster home and moves upstate. He never has contact with his aunt again, but something dawns on him. He never closed that damn door. Doors. This classic creepypasta doesn't have much to it, as it describes an adopted family member witnessing their entire family be murdered, with the sister being kidnapped. The big plot twist is that the storyteller is a dog, and it ends with, "I wish I could open doors." Nostalgia trip. A lengthy creepypasta based around a blog of a narrator, Jeremy, as he explores his childhood memories to take his mind off of college. As he explores his childhood video games, he soon realizes that the game he played, Township Village, doesn't exist anywhere else. Inside of the game is a model that follows and stalks Jeremy's character, and as he explores more, it's discovered that this model, Mr. O, is a pedophile, as this character takes pictures and attempts to groom Jeremy. It is eventually discovered that Jeremy's old childhood friend's father was Mr. O, meaning that Mr. O was not just a programmed character, but a real person who used to interact with Jeremy ever since he was a child. He confronts his mother, and she finally explains that Mr. O was arrested and found guilty for producing CP, and no one knows if Jeremy was a victim due to him severely repressing his memories, which explains why he was so surprised with his discoveries in the beginning. The story ends with Jeremy and his childhood friend reconnecting after years of not speaking to each other. The New Fish. Also referred to as the Kid. The Kid was a feral child who was raised in the forest in the 1800s. When he was 16, he was imprisoned for serial killings and practicing Satanism. When he killed and ate his cellmate, he was institutionalized in a mental asylum. He then killed his doctor during an attempted lobotomy and was finally sentenced to death by a jury. However, all attempts at executing him would fail, as the gallows trapdoor wouldn't open and the firing squad's guns all jammed. Unable to kill him, the authorities decided to simply seal him in a secret prison cell forever. He perpetually haunts the prison, emerging every few decades as a supposed new fish to terrorize each generation of prisoners. In one instance, he broke out and slaughtered the entire security staff in full view of the prison block's inmates. The kid then put on a curse on all of the witnesses, hunting them down one by one over the span of decades. Dear Abby, a creepypasta which, I know it's not funny and it's probably a glitch, but it is rated 0.8 stars out of 10 stars from over 2,500 votes. It's very similar to Netflix's You. The story is about an obsessive stalker who writes letters to Abby, and the story progresses through these letters. He eventually breaks into her house and hides himself within her walls as she struggles to live on her own. She attempts to flee, but he kidnaps her and drags her to a storage unit, and while inside, he locks them both inside the storage unit and proceeds to take his life using a knife. His letter ends by stating, "And now, as I sit here in a puddle of my own blood writing this, I wonder how you will go out. Will you use the knife to take your own life, or will you let starvation take you? Either way, we'll be together in death, Abby. Together from the day I saw you till the day we both died, just as I wanted. And as you sit there, crying, I can tell you've come to this realization." In the end, it's confusing as to how he kept writing her the letter even though he was already dead. And also, I feel like she could just bang on the storage unit and be let out by like a passing stranger. The Art of Jacob Emery. The narrator tells the tale of a man named Jacob Emery, describing how Jacob was a struggling artist until he came across a magic brush. With this brush, whatever Jacob drew would come to life on the paper. Eventually, Jacob would begin to draw more cryptic and strange drawings as his newfound success led him to a drinking problem. In his final show, Jacob is asked from the crowd to draw himself. Intoxicated, he draws up a fake version of himself as it comes to life. But the fake Jacob then pulls out its own magic brush, and then it creates a door on the paper for it to come through. This allows all of Jacob's creations to merge with our reality, and utter destruction is imminent, as the drawings of robots and dragons and monsters rain chaos. As the theater began to burn down, people were racing for exits, and the narrator turns to see Jacob being dragged through the door, which his fake self had created. The story ends with the narrator hinting that some of the drawings still lurk in the woods to this day. The Children's Show. The narrator talks about how, when they grew up, a mysterious show used to come on air, one which resembled a children's Bible show, but every time it came on, it would cause the narrator to panic, becoming uncomfortable and nervous. Children would read disturbing passages from what appeared to be a Bible, but the passages were always incorrect, or it had a disturbing factor to them. The show would then display mysterious and chilling clips, interspersed with quick flashes of red, and images that the narrator couldn't understand at the time. Eventually, as the show's broadcasts became more and more disturbing, the narrator's mom and dad announced that suddenly they were moving, as it was discovered that the show was being broadcasted from within the town, from within the preschool that the narrator was going to attend, and that this preschool was run by what could only be assumed as religious cults attempting to groom, assault, and possibly traffic children. Rue. After losing their husband, a man becomes a caretaker for the neighborhood, providing help and assistance to whoever he could, just to pass the time and keep himself entertained. He began babysitting a child, Madison, and how she loved to play with her former husband's kangaroo toys. As she grew older, he noticed her becoming more reserved and less excited for life, before finding out from her mother that Madison had developed a drug problem and was also now pregnant. One night, Madison asks to come over to see the little kangaroo toys once more. Lastly, as she finished playing with the toys and talking to each one, she turns to the narrator and exposes her stomach. It had been carved up and stitched into, with her unborn baby's body poking out of the top like a kangaroo pouch. The Quantum Man. A quantum mechanics scientist and experimenter, Jonathan Felix, attempts to communicate with a higher deity using a machine. At first, nothing happens. Thinking the test needs more work, he begins to get up as another scientist walks away. But then, the scientist trips over a wire and snaps their neck. Suddenly, the room resets. The scientist walks away and trips over a wire, but this time, Jonathan saves his life, realizing he just witnessed 2 different universes' timelines. He soon begins to witness more timelines around him, but now he can't stop. He can see every possibility to ever exist happen right in front of him. Capable of seeing every possibility includes witnessing every possible evil thing that Jonathan could do. His body ages sporadically from the amount of time he's now experiencing. In our timeline, he's become a shriveled, deteriorated man, but in Jonathan's mind, he can only lay there and witness every single timeline play out in front of him until each of those Jonathan's timelines fades and dies. It's believed that Jonathan can live for centuries, only as a prisoner in his own mind. A favor for a favor. A man, after discovering his wife had been cheating on him with a married priest, decides to take his life in a hotel room. Before he's able to, a teenager interrupts him with a prank, and it's eventually discovered that the teenager is Satan in disguise, and he offers the man an idea. Instead of taking his life and ending things, why not seek revenge? Satan convinces the man to kill his wife and the priest that she was sleeping with, and promises the man that he will get away scot-free. When asked how, he discovers how much influence and power Satan truly holds. Satan controls the police system, the legal system, the jails, and much more. But in order for him to not get caught, he must do one thing: never interact with the priest's current wife. It is found out that the current wife has cancer, to which Satan cures her, and in the end, Satan transforms into the body of the priest and travels across the world to spread the word of her miraculous cure due to God. A year later, Satan sends a Christmas postcard to the man with a picture attached. Satan had gotten the priest's wife pregnant, and therefore, the Antichrist was soon to be born. Stone Chambers. A short story about the truth of stone chambers and what they actually are, and why you should avoid them. These underground bunkers contain a strange paranormal livelihood to them, causing people to vanish inside of them, warp reality, and even teleport through time. Very similar to the mysterious stairs in the Search and Rescue series, as its powers are seemingly unlimited and dangerous. Dad's Tape. A long series of short stories, the narrator discovers his recently deceased dad's recordings of when he was an investigator. Each individual tape consists of a conversation between the father, Danny, and the person he's interrogating or investigating, who was normally, at first, a very disturbed individual, from necrophilic murderers to cannibals. But as the tapes continue on, 2 things become clear. All of his cases are paranormally fueled in some way, and that the father's investigations were censored by the police. Every case he was involved with would have a headline that told a different story. For instance, on the tape labeled Chocolate Milk, the news outlet says that a teacher poisoned her whole class. But in the tape, the teacher says that a child who seemed to be possessed had taken over and physically controlled the whole classroom of children, causing them all to stab each other to death. But the next tape that OP discovers uncovers a completely different twist. OP's father worked as some kind of Men in Black organization, which contained and controlled demons, which were referred to as friends. It becomes a bit difficult to follow at first, but the saga is about investigating demons and their powers and capabilities. In the end, OP becomes possessed, and the saga ends. Faulty wiring. A man's air conditioning unit goes on the fritz, and soon, the rest of his electricity does too. Some days it works. Other days, his electricity goes out after just a brief moment. He hears scattering and thumping and chalks it up to being a mouse problem. Getting help from the maintenance office, together, they both discover that it was not a mouse problem. Some man or thing was living behind his walls, tapping microscopic cameras onto the majority of his outlets, including his bedroom, and that the cameras were running back to a little secret room, monitoring and recording him. The man moves out, only to discover that whoever or whatever was watching him knows where he lives again. Gregory's Room. The story is about a new Nickelodeon show made for kids called Gregory's Room, as it begins with a CGI man's body, but soon, the man begins talking to the kids, telling them all the things that they're going to do together, before he says, "But no matter what we do, it will just be the two of us, and no one else in this room. Just me and you. No parents, no police, no one can hear you." His face becomes frozen on the screen as he screams to be embraced, and a fire takes over his room. The episode ends, and the narrator steals the DVD and uploads it for people to see. Hanging Man Hill. A creepypasta about a town's secret urban legend. A man who, once seen, will chase you and hang you from where he was last hung. Believing it to simply be fictional storytelling, the OP follows his friend to the very Hanging Man Hill. But without realizing it, both boys just sacrificed themselves to the hanging man. The OP manages to escape, but not without witnessing his childhood friend hanging from a wire. 12th floor. An elevator traps a man and descends him to what can only be thought of as hell, or some sort of flesh prison, as the narrator describes the area as red, spongy, and squishy. The story ends abruptly with them realizing that they were not alone on this floor. The quiet sky. Humanity attempts to communicate with anything outside of our reach in space. Eventually, we hear back, only to end up having a response from what seemed like God. Humanity faces an Armageddon, and those who are left behind witness the screams of every other universe, thus ending with the narrator realizing why the sky was always so quiet, because we were hidden away. We were safe. Unknown format. The narrator discovers a secret program capable of ripping any game for free, but it comes with a strange warning to not run any of the files as they would be in an unknown format. Simply rename them and then continue. But due to how many games they were torrenting and ripping, the narrator ends up forgetting to rename some and decides to run them anyway. Each game they played that wasn't renamed would have a severe glitch to it, causing disturbing visuals and complete changes in plotlines, like Serious Sam having human sacrifices in it, or Need for Speed having a massive car crash and a news report discussing a death toll. In the end, the narrator becomes radical and goes insane, acting out all of the glitched plot twists from the games in real life. Need for Speed had a car crash and death toll. He would go out and cause a mass accident, so on and so forth. The story ends with it all being a letter written from the narrator to the friend before he closes himself off from the world. He is eventually found by the police and is arrested, and the new narrator, or the friend, connects the dots that the torrent originated from a Japanese creator, and that the number 4 is bad luck in Japanese, due to it having a similar connotation to death. Every unknown format would have the file name .4. Ickbar Beaglestein. Ickbar is a sock creature made up to scare the night monsters and keep the protagonist safe. He acts as a guardian which will always protect his owner, but only if he gives Ickbar his teeth, as that is what feeds Ickbar. If the owner doesn't give Ickbar what he wants, then Ickbar will allow whatever horrors await the narrator, a hellscape full of gore and rot which could surround him. But if Iqbar gets his meal, then he will keep the narrator safe. The story ends with the narrator, now a grown adult, coming home to Iqbar. His mouth was full of dentures now, as he had given every tooth that he had, and now he's beginning to take other people's teeth. The Graying Dog. A short story about a ghostly apparition of a dog that, once you pay attention to it, it becomes more and more difficult to get rid of. It's debated whether or not to be an analogy for addiction, but what marks it as a creepypasta is the image that they created for the story. A story to scare my son. A father notices his son is spending a lot of time online with other strangers, so he begins to tell him a story to make sure he's being smart and safe online. In the story, a child gives his address to what he thinks is a friend, so that the friend could send him a birthday present. But the friend ends up being a murderer and kills the child's parents before torturing the child. Before he kills off the child, he hears a baby sobbing from another room and heads over. Upon seeing the infant, the man changes his murderous ways and kidnaps the baby and raises him for himself, naming the infant William. But, Dad, my name is William. I know, the father says, and the story ends implying that the father was the murderer. Psychologist. A man decides to test an experiment, using his own family as subjects. He locked them into a room for nearly 3 years, recording their every move, and would only feed them bread and water. There would be no entertainment, no TV, no toilet. Nothing but a blank room and scraps of bread and water. The tapes were found by his friend, the narrator of the story, and the narrator goes into detail of what the tapes consisted of, which pretty much just is full of creepypasta tears of gore. The mother kills the children and then herself, which causes the man to take his own life. Starving Dogs. A prequel to Psychologist, where we get a better understanding of the man who performed the experiments. Wanting to impress his job, he was funded to run a controversial experiment, one with isolation, survival, poverty, imprisonment, and dehumanization, since we already know what happens in Psychologist. The rest of Starving Dogs simply underlines what he's about to do. The story ends with him locking his family away on the first day. This means that his family never agreed to the experiment in the first place, although maybe that part doesn't really need explaining. Radio silence. Almost identical to the quiet sky, a man transcribes a signal that we received from space. After we attempted to send a test signal outward, no one knew what the signal meant until the narrator defined it decades later. Once translated, it reads, "Be quiet, or they will hear you," and the story ends. Blind Maiden website. A ritualistic website created only for thrill seekers. You can only access the website at midnight on the night of new moons, and you have to be completely alone in your surroundings. If so, then you are granted access. It then prompts you a yes-no question, asking if you would like to engage in a world of new horror. If you select no, then it simply shows you gore images. But if you select yes, a ghost known as the Blind Maiden will appear behind you and scream in your face. Then she kills you and removes your eyes. Your eyeless face is now plastered among all of the other victims' faces within the gallery. The Portraits. Also known as the cabin in the woods. A hunter goes into a cabin all by himself to find that there are strange portraits of people staring at him in the middle of the night. Weirded out by this, he rolls away in the bed and falls back asleep. Once he wakes up, he decides to take down the portraits, only to find that there aren't any portraits, only windows. The implication being that, while he slept, he was being stalked and stared at by people on the outside. The Sandman. A creepypasta about the troubles of being a father, especially when your son doesn't speak to you anymore. But then, it turns out that the son is merely only imaginary, created by a monster who acts like a genie. This monster being the Sandman. The only reason the father couldn't remember anything about his son's birthday wasn't because he was stressed, nor a troubled father. It was because the son never even existed. But it wasn't the father who wished for the son, but in fact, a girlfriend who was afraid that she wouldn't be loved if she couldn't provide a child. So, in a last act of desperation, she made a child for them to love. The face in the middle of the dark. A woman begins hearing noises from within her home and finds that the sound is coming from inside her walls. Once destroying a hole in the wall, she explores the remains of this newfound area within her house. But she becomes stuck and is unable to escape, and during this, a face appears and curses the woman while begging to be let free. The woman attempts to escape once more, but becomes wedged and sobs hysterically until she starves and passes away. Similar to the Grey Dog story, what solidified this as a creepypasta is less of the story and more of the picture that is attached with the story. Sombrero-wearing dinosaur. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our second troll pasta onto the iceberg. Except, this is written as a troll pasta on purpose, as it's written poorly to disconnect you from the seriousness of the story, up until the very end, where it grabs you right back in. The story begins with a kid named Billy. No, wait, Danny. No, hold on. It's actually Steve. Or maybe it's Teddy. Could be Joshua. Might be Susan. Either way, it's about a kid who is best friends with his imaginary friend, a sombrero-wearing dinosaur. They begin playing silly imaginary games together before Billy goes to school. When he returns home, he rings the doorbell to his home to be greeted by his mom. But then the story seems to rewind over and over, and each time, his mom has a more negative reaction to Billy ringing the doorbell. Finally, Billy rings the doorbell, and no one answers. So, he walks in and finds his parents murdered, with the police investigating the crime scene. The story ends with a cop saying, "It's like a dinosaur did this." And then, this story has a few more rewinds. See, the twist being that Billy could have a severe case of multiple personality disorder, and the sombrero-wearing dinosaur could either be an entity or a sleep paralysis demon that only Billy has. The reason his name changes frequently is because he is coursing through his multiple personalities. It's even speculated that, in the end of the story, Billy gets possessed by the entity and brutally massacres his parents, so badly that it, quote-unquote, looks like a dinosaur had done it. MK Ultra. A creepypasta based around the actual historical crime committed against humanity from the United States CIA. MK Ultra was a real-life event which occurred from the 50s until the 70s, before the majority of its documents were destroyed. The creepypasta follows a document which has not been completely destroyed and tells its story in a matter of 5 days. Day 1, they drug their victims, and by day 5, they've created super soldiers capable of becoming killing machines. The story ends with one of the victims breaking free, killing a few guards, before killing the scientist writing the document. 12 minutes. A creepypasta about a church that fell under mass controversy for showing disturbing clips during their late-night shows. But the complaints only came from female callers, reporting that the show made their stomach hurt, and little did everyone know, the show was causing miscarriages across the nation. And even worse, when going through these tapes, there were never any disturbing clips found throughout any of the episodes, except for one, a withered, mutilated head. That's pretty much how it ends. It doesn't really, I don't know what it means either. Ooh. Good Dr. Locklear. A once normal doctor who helped everyone that he could, who lived a content life with a loving wife, until one day, his wife would pass away from going into labor prematurely. causing him to lose his wife and his unborn child on the same day. The doctors all kept it as a secret from him, waiting for him to finish his shift before informing him, knowing that he could have saved them if he was told. Locklear loses his sanity, and from that day forward, Dr. Locklear would become a homicidal vigilante that would kill criminals who escaped the law and harvest their body parts and blood. The reason for this was so that he could transfer what was needed to the poor, who would otherwise be unable to afford the necessary treatment. A gory Robin Hood, if you may. Bad Dream. Written as a dialogue between a father and his daughter, the daughter wakes the dad up, informing him that she had a bad dream, to which he asks if she wants to talk about it. However, she declines, and when asked why, she states that, in the dream, she talked about her dream, and the creature wearing mommy's skin would sit up. The father stares at his daughter before feeling the covers behind him adjust. The disappearance of Ashley, Kansas. An earthquake struck the city of Ashley, Kansas back in the 1950s. When investigated, only a giant smoldering hole had replaced the city. Several weeks later, another devastating earthquake would strike again in the same exact area. When investigators would return, they would find that the hole had closed up, and the city of Ashley, Kansas was gone. When police officers from Hays, Kansas would drive to Ashley, they would end up back in their hometown of Hays, even though the road never bended, nor did they make any turns. Following this event, in summary, the city of Ashley, Kansas had been ripped from Earth and sent to hell. The last few days are filled with dread, as the Hays police station received hundreds of phone calls from people in, supposedly, Ashley, reporting that their deceased loved ones were walking the now scorched grounds of hell, killing all who come in contact with them. The story ends with the police driving up to what used to be Ashley, Kansas, only to once again find a smoldering fissure in the earth. Hands, my haphophobia experience. Haphophobia is an intense fear of being physically touched. The storyteller starts off with experiences where they were trapped in situations of being touched, like being tickled or being lifted in the air after making a game-winning goal. But eventually, the storyteller remembers having horrific, traumatizing nightmares about dying, either through drowning in water or falling to their death. That's when it clicks for them. The nightmares where they die are foreshadows into the future of when their next fearful experience will be. Die in your dreams, only to be crippled with fear when the event happens. There is no peace for the storyteller. Thumps. A man and a woman are locked in a room. What starts off with them hearing random thumping instantly gets associated with gore and despair, as every time a thump is heard, warped images of gore flash into their minds. Eventually, they come to hate the sound, before coming to love and welcome the sound. The sound becomes time itself. It signals for food, for sleep, for embrace. The thumps become home. But then, one day, it stops, and both victims are brought to the torturous reality that they are merely puppets to the sound. The woman takes her life, to which the man is then knocked out unconscious and wakes up in the outside world. But the outside world is not home. The thumps are home. Skipper's Bin. A creepypasta about a rare website that was supposed to rival YouTube. It begins discussing how internet media has changed over time, how you could get away with a lot more risky content back in the earlier days. While unique in concept, it follows a very similar plot to normal porn for normal people, a website that hosts bizarre content and slowly becomes more and more disturbing. The Pill. When a secret ingredient is discovered with otherworldly abilities, like limb regeneration or the ability to cure cancer, the world discovers that there is such a thing as something being too good to be true. The secret ingredient comes from alien-like starfish that soon take over the entire planet, controlling everyone via telepathic powers. Journal entries. Originally known as The Books of Sand, a reference to the novel Book of Sand, published in 1975, this lengthy series of stories was originally posted to X, before becoming its own individual blog, recalling unique events. The events described all were found in a journal, or numerous journals, from OP's older brother, who had passed away earlier that year. The journals are all individual recollections from the older brother, and eventually, the older brother's friends. What makes this creepier than most pastas is that it isn't just based around one individual monster or entity, but instead, it's average day-to-day events with something traumatic and disturbing happening. Unfortunately, since it ranges drastically between story to story, there really isn't a way to summarize this. None of the blog entries actually correspond with each other, like pen pals did. In this series, all 17 blog entries have their own individual plot points. However, at the end, it's still a very well-written, if not disturbing, series. The Brooding Star. A creepypasta about a father trying to survive on Earth, as it is overrun by an eldritch outer space being. This monster, the Brooding Star, plagues the Earth into becoming a new hell, but discovers that its power is becoming limited. It tricks the father into killing an oracle, thus releasing more demons to spread havoc on Earth. After doing so, the father is then sent to hell, where he is constantly tricked into releasing more monsters onto Earth. The story ends with the father now living in his own personal hell, as Earth gets torn to shreds from all of the demons and the Brooding Star. Always count the legs of a spider. A man suffering from crippling arachnophobia discovers a new breed of spider, one with incredibly long legs, the length of a car wheel, and that the species has 10 legs instead of 8. When spotted, he believes he killed it with a shoe, only to find that the very same spider was in his room later that night. With bloodshot human eyes and no eyelids, the spider instantly climbs onto the man's chest, and he lays frozen in fear. With neither of the two moving for hours, the spider finally runs off, and the man hears troubling news the next morning. His neighbor was found with his eyeballs missing from their head, and the story ends with a warning. If anyone ever needs you to kill a spider, then, by all means, rid the world as many as you can. You would be doing many of us a huge favor, trust me. But for your own sake, you might want to count its legs before you do. It seems that the spider either already had those eyeballs, or it took them from the neighbor. That detail kind of throws some confusion into everything, as a last-minute attempt for shock. Necrosis. A new disease is discovered, filling its hosts and victims with an insatiable hunger and an itch that never is satisfied. At first referred to as the Wendigo psychosis, it becomes pretty obvious that this is a zombie virus. By the end, the virus takes over the world, with the narrator becoming a zombie, and with his last sentient words, he talks about how the virus keeps him alive, even after attempting to take his own life. The Hangman. I would have to say that this is the very first poem of the Iceberg. The poem recalls a hangman who fills a town with fear in hopes of making him go away. They offer him a victim to be hanged. However, he doesn't leave after hanging the victim. So, the town offers another, and another, and another. Eventually, the town is empty, with the narrator being the final person to be hanged. When they try to defend themselves and accuse the hangman of murder, he asks, "And where are the others that might have stood side by your side in the common good?" "Dead," I whispered. "I did no more than you let me do." In the end, the town not standing together against the murderer was their end. The Gristers. A post which is made on X, talking about finding a small cryptid that lurks in the shadows and hides in plain sight. But the OP keeps seeing more and more, along with his friend. He finally is capable of taking a picture of a Grister, and that's when he learns that they were lurking in the shadows because they did not want to be seen. And now that they were spotted, they will target and harass whoever is aware of their presence. Eventually, the media covers a story about a crime scene, and the news discusses how the victims were hallucinating and sent away to a mental ward. In the end, the OP connects the dots that the Gristers hang around those who are filled with fear, and that suicide victims who are said to suffer from hallucinations are simply seeing the Gristers in real life, that they're taking their own life to avoid being killed or harassed by the Gristers. And the story ends with, "So please, this is my warning to you. Stop reading Creepypasta. I know you love it, I know you love frightening yourself, but you've got to stop. Every time you read it, every time you get that feeling of dread in your stomach, you're drawing the Gristers to you." I was born on a child farm. It takes a moment to realize what's happening, but it's eventually discovered that a man who runs the farm has the ability to absorb years from another human being. If he places his hand on you, you become young, and he gets to live your years that he absorbed. In the end, it is discovered that the boy who's narrating the story was once an investigator who tried to break into the farm and arrest the man, only to have the man absorb the years from him, turning him back into a child. Escape from Marywood. A creepypasta about a lost video game, released by Konami. It starts off with a standard creepy monster that breaks the fourth wall, but by the end, you are a kidnapped victim, and the monster, Mary, thinks that they didn't kidnap you, but save you. During the daytime, everything you interact with in the game causes Mary to change in attitude, but by nighttime, Mary becomes a monster and kills you if you attempt to leave. In order to beat the game and successfully leave, the player has to destroy everything that makes Mary happy in his human form before destroying his childhood memories. Mary breaks down, sobbing, again thinking he was just making you happy and protecting you. But if you continue to belittle him and you wreck his happiness, you then offer him weapons to take his life. The story, or game, ends with Mary taking his life, and the player finally escapes. Huntsville camping trip. A group of teens go camping and discover a cabin in the middle of the woods. The cabin is the home for some sort of entity, arguably either a witch or a skinwalker, but since the story was written in 2012, it would be more understandable if the author had a skinwalker in mind. Whoever gets infected by this entity begins screaming and crying, sobbing so hard that they can barely breathe. The forest begins to warp around them, making it difficult for them to leave. And in the end, OP sits down and he begins to cry, implying that he was the next victim of this forest being. It's a rather cliche-ridden story that I believe was attempting to be more of a script for a short film rather than a story. It has things like, my phone rang and I answered to hear my friend tell me things in a different language, and people with impossibly wide smiles. Again, it probably wanted to be a short film rather than a story, but the author might have decided to upload it as a creepypasta in the end. The Devil Game. A ritual creepypasta on how to speak with the devil. You have 66 minutes to get answers and to conversate with the devil, but he will attempt to keep you until the 67th minute, or specifically, he will keep you until a second after the 66th minute and the 6th second. You must also lock eyes with him and never look away, or you will lose. And if you lose the game, or you break the rules of the ritual, the devil traps your soul and possesses your body. In the end, it is implied that the devil had possessed the author's body and went on to write this creepypasta in order to intrigue you, the reader, to play the game. The Maximum Judgment. A short story that simply describes a cosmic being, one that judges all beings and things of matter. It does not seek truth or listen to lies. It does not even speak. It only knows the full unlimited truth to any and all. Even though the story is short and there is no plot, the writing, honestly, was enjoyable to read. with lines like, "It is believed that the mallet is the fusion of all the materials of the multiverse, united by the own will of the one who manipulates them, and your soul will be returned and mixed with the infinite matter of manipulated and revolted souls, waiting to be recycled in one of the countless multiverses, in one of the most remote places of the times to come. The Supreme Judge has judged you." Starman. A strongly philosophical creepypasta, if I can call this a creepypasta. It falls more on the feels side, about a timeless being watching the beginning and ending of multiple universes before them. Humans have been extinguished billions of years ago, along with many more life forms. The being is simply stuck, knowing that time doesn't exist, and there's nothing they can do but simply watch. Watch as it all ends, and then begins. In the end, this being, perhaps a god in some eyes, decides to use its power to begin everything all over again. But when time doesn't exist, what is there to really begin? Although time doesn't exist to this being, to the Starman, time does exist for all of the universes and planets that they had just created. Dimension. A therapist and their patient are in the middle of a session. The therapist, or the narrator, explains that he's afraid that his patient is suffering from psychosis and schizophrenia, which makes it more understandable when the patient begins discussing of a dream that they had, that a being made of crystals enters into our dimension, and that this being asked to take him to the fourth dimension. Finally agreeing, the patient describes how his body began to disappear in front of his eyes, all while without feeling anything. And then they go on to describe the fourth dimension. He explains how it was all geometrically incorrect compared to what we're used to. All of a sudden, the man freaks out and says that the crystals are back and that they're going to take him. At first, the narrator thinks he's having a breakdown, but then notices that his patient's body begins to disappear slowly. And then, just like that, they're gone, blinked from our dimension. The story ends with the therapist hearing a question, similar to what the patient heard that night. Do you want to see it? A dead god. Science has advanced in this story, and religion has lost all power throughout the world, causing the idea of a god to lose power throughout the world. Because of this, a necrotic church was born, a pessimistic cult that endorsed the God is dead concept by Nietzsche. Despite the grueling realization, several scientists believe that God really was not dead, and that he existed somewhere in the cosmos, or maybe hidden within the human being. Therefore, these scientists decide to go find God wherever they think it might be, at any cost, even at their own lives. In the end, God at first wants to assist in bringing back the power of glory, but ultimately decides to turn the narrator simply into a usurper, a bringer of the end days. Instead of redemption, humanity is obliterated. The Fallen. The narrator's friend calls him over to his barn with a rare discovery, that an angel had fallen into their backyard. The friend chained the angel to the wall of the barn, as the two began to discuss what to do with it. Suddenly, the angel speaks to the narrator through his mind, begging to be let free, telling him that his friend has evil intentions. The narrator then looks over and sees that his friend has a shotgun nearby. The angel reminds him of his friend's past mistakes, and again begs to be saved. All the while, the friend cannot hear any of this. Suddenly, the narrator lunges at the friend and stabs him, hoping to stop him from shooting the angel, but instead, in the blurry of stabs and wrestling, the friend fires the shotgun, hitting the narrator. Both men lay there in the barn, and the narrator looks up at the angel. Its appearance begins to rot, until it's a gray-skinned, dagger-toothed demon, and it rips itself from the wall as it approaches the narrator, hungry. This was never an angel. Don't look at Mandu. Mandu is a spirit of vengeance that symbolizes the pain and fear of those that you've hurt during your life. He is an entity that one should never look at, not even pictures or reflections, as that is how it attaches itself to you. Whenever one commits an action of sin, their sin has a reaction in the form of Mandu that is heavily linked to your personal fear. Mandu is vengeance for your entire life. The story ends by simply saying, you should have been a kind-hearted person. Noli Madao. Noli Madao is a creature of darkness that stalks his victims and makes them play with him in the night. In his game, the rules are simple. The two players, Noli and his victim, will make a race to the bed of the victim. If the victim wins, Noli will not return to play with him. But if Noli wins, both players stay up until dawn, as Noli tortures the victim. The Endless Black. The Endless Black was once a formless construct of the void itself, one which was compacted into a single area when the universe was created. And now that he has escaped home, he has taken human form. A creature or concept very similar to Sonic.X, but instead of becoming a Sonic fanboy, the Endless Black becomes a human being. The Name Eater. The Name Eater was originally an immensely powerful sorcerer that sought to destroy all traces of his name across every book that mentioned him and every skull that bore the memories of his name. He then proceeds to eat the very conception of his name, and as such, he disappears from reality and unreality, as he quite literally is nothing with identity. He in turn becomes more monstrous and becomes practically a godlike entity, making you wonder if God has a name. The Forgotten Spider-Man. The Forgotten Spider-Man is a rather strange creepypasta. The story revolves around the narrator being a huge fan of comic books, with Spider-Man being his favorite. Eventually, the narrator lands a job at a comic store and begins the story by recounting a time in which they had visited a seemingly run-down toy store. They notice a few collectibles until stumbling across a strange Spider-Man figure that was unlike any that they had ever seen before. The suit was all red with the web pattern black and disorganized. Its eyes had painted in cracks, which creeped the protagonist out. The figure was bought, and an accompanying comic book was given to the narrator, as well as the figure that it was based on. Raylo. The only instance I could find of Raylo was this image of DeviantArt. There doesn't seem to be any creepypastas or stories based around Raylo, and even the image itself doesn't hint at a story, but rather, it hints at the story of Zolgo, with the last phrase saying, "He is coming. Expect him." Upstairs. The storyteller calls for their mom and receives a strange answer across the house. They keep calling for their mom, and someone keeps answering back. And just as the storyteller is about to enter the room that the mom is supposedly in, their actual mom walks through the front door. When the storyteller turns back, all they see is a pale face vanish into the room. RefuColfordson.com. A creepypasta that, when written backwards, spells Nest of Lucifer. This story is about a cursed website sent to thousands of victims' email accounts from an untraceable account. When opened, it displays images of dead infants with blood coming out of their eyes. It then plays a video of how the viewer will die. Every single person who viewed the site ended up taking their life. The website then shut down, and it never came back. The story ends with global intelligence agencies receiving a mysterious email stating, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," with a smiley face. Princess. A creepypasta about an evil dog, a creature that raised itself with pure malice and bloodlust, with no reason other than because it just can. After finally being put down, the family is shocked to learn that Princess isn't quite done with them yet. The story ends with Princess finally leaving and the family moving. A new family moves in and asks about the dog in the woods, meaning that Princess is back. You'll never even know. A story about a man hacking his neighbor one bored evening. The neighbor boasted about his top-of-the-line security, so The storyteller had to prove how easy it was to get through the system. Except, once he hacks in, he soon discovers that he's capable of looking through cameras displayed around the house. Shortly after, he discovers that there is something else living inside with the family. Something that's entire purpose is to cause bad luck wherever you go. And eventually, he discovers that he himself is now cursed as well. A curse that is always 3 steps ahead of you, leaving you completely alone, with nothing to do except withstand its brutal bad luck. All Too Human. If you've ever watched Age of Ultron, then this is exactly that. An AI machine is built, and it begins to study humanity. It ranges across all emotions as it is programmed to feel, as humans do. At first, it admires us, and then is horrified by us, and then it wants to take its life to avoid us, before thinking that we are the problem, and that we should be destroyed. However, that contradicts its first feeling, the admiration at our love and beauty and our happiness. Therefore, in the end, it decides to take the role of God, to control us, to wipe all evil, and simply let happiness flourish. Hunger. A doctor gets a new patient, one suffering with an eating disorder. However, the patient gets trapped in an elevator. After some time, the elevator is fixed, and the doctor meets with the patient, an extremely large woman holding a black trash bag that emanated a smell of rot. Her face was covered in what appeared to be barbecue sauce, and she begins whimpering and sobbing that she was just hungry. The doctor writes it off as food dependency and sends her home to reschedule for when she's more emotionally prepared, thinking that the elevator breaking down had just alarmed her. Weeks later, the doctor discusses the patient with another colleague, one who had set the doctor up with the patient. But in the end, it's discovered that the patient was not the woman. The patient was a child with anorexia who was being escorted to the office by her mother. And in other words, the woman that the doctor met was the mother, and the black bag she was holding was the remains of her child. Once the elevator malfunctioned, it is believed that the mother must have eaten the child in a desperate act of hunger. Carmen Winstead. Also known as Carmen Winstead, they pushed her, and also referred to as, "Hi, my name is Carmen Winstead." It is an urban and internet legend, which eventually became a creepypasta. The tale is about a 17-year-old girl named Carmen Winstead, who is pushed into a sewer by 5 girls at her school, and she ends up dying. But the girls lie and say that she just fell in, so they could avoid getting in trouble. Her story was passed around the internet and would be emailed as a chain letter, one which demands readers to share the email, or else they'll be killed by the vengeful ghost of Winstead. The story ends by discussing an example of a boy who did not share the message and was found dead in the sewer days later. Although the trend started around 2005 to 2006, it would resurface on TikTok in 2022 with an audio clip of someone reading the chainmail from the perspective of Carmen. I is for ideation. During a dark night, a tablet falls from the sky, causing a great impact on the place where it fell. The people around begin to approach the place of the impact, and with it, a large number of scientific groups begin investigations, knowing that the tablet was much more than just a meteorite. Time passes, and after several investigations and analysis, a message is deciphered, written into the tablet. There was a creature that lived in a nebula in the confines of the cosmos, a being without a definite form that does not live in the physical world as we perceive it. It was an abstraction, a concept of himself that, like all ideas, needed to spread his concept to survive. And so, the trap was revealed. The trick in which humans fell into. The ideation, the being behind all of these events, was now within all of their minds and began to become one with the thoughts of its victims. It wasn't described as evil or malevolent, just a species attempting to survive in any way that it can. Superman, No Heroes. A lost episode of a DC comic rumored to be strangely violent and disturbing, detailing a homicidal nihilistic Superman who goes on a rampage, murdering heroes and villains from all over the DC publishing history. Things get even stranger as Superman takes on increasingly demonic features and is seen to massacre characters from all types of fiction, many of whom DC would have no legal right to use in a comic. Superman continually mocks the idea of heroism and states that life has no real meaning. The reader eventually has enough of what they assume to be an overly dark work of fiction and puts the comic aside in hopes of clearing their mind with some more light-hearted comics from the Batman series. Only, when they open it up, the demonic image of Superman manifests on the page and directly informs the reader that they do not get to be happy. A scarecrow. It is up for debate as to who is telling the story, but the narrator warns of a thing that walks around outside, their whistling being a sign of how close they are to the narrator. Eventually, the narrator is capable of surviving, terrified of how close the whistling got to them, and comments that they have to put up with this every single week. At face value, the reader anticipates a scarecrow coming to life and whistling in a tormenting way. But others have begun pointing out that the narrator could either be a crow, scared of what the scarecrow will do to them, hence the name Scarecrow, or their perspective comes from the scarecrow, unaware of what their role is out in the field, and that the whistling is coming from the farmer as he roams the land. Blackeye.avi. Barely anything except a video pops up when you Google this. So, I can only assume that the video is the creepypasta. A Russian creepypasta with no translations or explanations available. So I can only theorize that it must be some sort of mind-altering nightmare-fuel video. One that causes a viewer to have some sort of ring-like effects, or effects to Carmen Winstead, where, because you viewed it, you are now in danger. Again, this is just my in-story theory. The video itself is pretty much just a compilation of old horror images with a yellow filter over top, along with a strange audio loop and static. As aged as this is, this absolutely would have terrified someone back in 2009 if they hadn't known what Jeff the Killer was yet. Skype. A creepypasta about the storyteller talking to his friend over a webcam. At first it's usual conversation, until his friend's fire alarm goes off, only for it to be a false alarm. But as she leaves her apartment, she forgets her phone on her desk and keeps the Skype call open. The storyteller then watches as a mysterious man breaks into her room, steals her phone, and hides himself in her closet, waiting on her return. The story ends with the girl coming back, sitting down, and the storyteller can see her closet begin to open. The Perfect Child. A story about a mother who gives birth to a child. Supposedly, the perfect child. It is in fact so beautiful that people will do anything for the child. A nurse murders the mother. A random hospital occupant murders the nurse. The hospital occupant's wife comes home and murders him. And then, the wife brutally murders her own child, just so she can give more attention to the perfect child. Finally, 2 policemen arrive on scene and walk into the room to see a woman holding a rotting, blue-skinned, decayed corpse of an infant. But that's not what the other policemen saw. No, to him, that blue-skinned, decayed corpse was perfect, and he'll do whatever it takes to make sure it's his. Skin Daddy. A creepypasta about a cryptid called Skin Daddy. He only appears to the storyteller as it only latches on to children, taking the disguise as an imaginary friend. Then, he begins to slowly kill everyone close to the child, making them alone with Skin Daddy. The original story has since been wiped, only being found through replicas on other websites. Stay in Bed. A creepypasta about a man who stays in a haunted hotel. He soon discovers the hotel is on a loop of paranormal experiences, witnessing past murders every night. All patrons are condemned to stay inside their rooms and to follow a curfew. Otherwise, the ghosts will haunt inside. The story ends with the storyteller leaving the hotel before realizing that the female clerk who had rung him up was one of the said victims of the murders. Taboo. A creepypasta written through the perspective of an adult VHS store clerk back in the 90s. Being used to the strange fetishes of his customers, he isn't baffled by people's interests until one day he gets a return. Wondering why it was returned, he pops it in and soon witnesses weird animal footage, which then descends further into pedophilic content. He turns it into the police, but the cop and the tape both vanish mysteriously. Deciding to investigate on his own, he soon discovers that the tape originated on an island where the lawless could roam free, doing whatever they desired, whoever they desired. The story ends with the storyteller submitting to his deep, darkest desires, as he then begins to coerce the reader into submitting as well. So Epstein Island, the creepypasta. Mr. Friend 123. A creepypasta following a Tumblr account. It technically falls under lost media since the original blog is no longer available to be found. The identity of the blogger is unknown, but the presence is established by a man wearing a latex suit. The blog contains cryptic messages with disturbing adult images. Mr. Friend 123 claims that they're stalked and tormented by two strangers called Bird and Bag. As the blog continues on with strange images and cult-like symbols, theories circulating Mr. Friend 123 range anywhere between him being a serial killer, looking to expose himself as the next Zodiac killer, all the way to this being some sort of looking glass into a parallel world, a darker, more malevolent universe, with Mr. Friend 123 somehow breaching over to our side. There really is no answer to this blog, but one last theory claims that this blogger had made up different blogs and dressed up in separate costumes due to suffering from a rare disorder called cyberspace identity dissociation disorder. Sky Judge. A creepypasta about a collection of cursed, rare airplane footage. Throughout the video, there are three common events: a mysterious red light glowing outside the windows, the crowd of people fighting as if losing their minds, and a black-robed creature with unidentifiable features. It's hard to understand what exactly is going on. It seems that, at times, the video footage is recording a multi-dimensional realm, cutting out from one universe and into another, which could explain the ominous red light, perhaps acting as a vortex of some kind. The story ends with the red light absorbing the whole plane, and the security footage cutting the static. Morbus.avi. A creepypasta about receiving a mysterious email, but unlike other spam emails where someone can hack your account, or B, an email from the Prince of Nigeria saying that he'll give you $1 million, this spam email is a bit different. It comes with a video that, once watched, somehow infects you with the Black Plague through paranormal forces. Abaddon Tenebrae. A Spanish-originated creepypasta, so its English variant is a little off when it comes to grammar. However, the creepypasta is about a rare game. The game itself follows similar traits, such as having grotesque imagery and weird paranormal happenings after playing the game. The experience is told from a boy inside of a mental ward, desperately trying to get people to believe his story with the game, and this is his last attempt at spreading word. As he played more and more of the game, he would notice religious warnings on screen. These warnings would begin to haunt him in real life until he finally gets attacked by demons. The story ends with him pleading for someone to finish playing his game, otherwise he won't survive. The Blank Revolt. A creepypasta about mannequins coming to life, angered by how humans have treated them as subjects. The mannequins, at first, attack savagely and menacingly, but over time, They adapt and begin to use our own war tactics against us. Eventually, they begin evolving into better versions of us, wiping out humans as they learn to procreate. The story ends with the storyteller accepting defeat after learning that the mannequins have not just become human, but have become the next dominant specimen of Earth. The Dianea House. A lengthy multi-series story that precedes the creepypasta genre by a few years, originating in 2004. It became so successful that a screenplay was sold to Warner Brothers in 2005. The author would actually go to work with the 2010 remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, Final Destination 5, and the 2011 remake of The Thing. But the story itself surrounds an eldritch being like House, whose presence haunted a group of friends. Since the story is written in vastly different blog posts with alternating plots, it's hard to summarize it as each story is an individual experience. But the victims know that this is not just a house. This is a living, evil being. There's even rumors that the movie Monster House is secretly based off of the story, but these are just chalked up as theories. The Girl in the Picture. A creepypasta about a mysterious photo that surfaced on the internet. The backstory behind the photo, though, is filled with morbid, gruesome, and vile acts. 2 girls get kidnapped by a demonic cult, which they believed was only folktale at the time. After they survive the cult's attacks, the storyteller describes the horrific beast that chased them through the woods, now awoken after the summoning curse. The narrator manages to escape and tells of her recovery, with the story ending with her knowing that her friend is dead, and that the picture that resurfaced was of her after she had escaped the cult. The picture resurfaces simply to taunt her to return to the woods. Halloween 64. A creepypasta about a cursed, non-existing game called Halloween 64. The storyteller witnesses bizarre experiences as they play the game, such as time stopping, their pets dying if they lose a life in the game, the room temperature changing, and if they equip weapons at the game, their character instantly dies. As he progresses in the game, he discovers that the game somehow personally knows him and mocks him through displaying traumatic memories. The story ends with him beating the game left with only 1 life remaining, implying that if he lost that last life, he would have been killed from the game. Burger Entries. This is a lengthy series of stories written as journal entries. Each entry has a riveting and grotesque experience revolving around a mysterious fast food chain that can and will literally appear wherever you please. Don't feel like driving? There's a drive-through window right next to your house. You're out hiking and you're hungry? There's a drive-through window attached to a tree. While the story describes the horrific gore that everyone seems happily to gobble down, it appears to actually be a metaphor of society, moving from traditional home-cooked meals to the modern fast-paced restaurant meals that are steadily available to us 24/7. How ignorantly blissful that we are to our surrounding situations, consuming oils and food dyes that are often unknown, meats often mysterious and not always meat. And we are even aware that animals are put into horrific, unimaginable slaughterhouses. And yet, we ignore these thoughts for the basic instant gratification. The storyteller seems to be struggling to understand why so many people do this, why they're ignoring all of the strange goop and the hideous gore, until he finally falls to the pressures of it, and he has a bite. And only then does he understand, because it's just oh so delicious. Into the Psych. The storyteller is accused of abusing his wife, to which he has no recollection of doing, but the marks are there, and the wife is too scared and bruised to be acting. It isn't until the end of the story that the storyteller discovers that he has an evil doppelganger that lived inside of his mirrors for so long, until it finally broke out into this realm. Once free, the doppelganger would hide until the storyteller would leave, and then the doppelganger would brutally attack the wife. A really simple, yet psychologically harsh story. How is anyone going to believe you when the suspect looks 100% identical to you? I've discovered a horrifying truth. A rather complex, yet extremely unique creepypasta. Bug-like aliens discover that they can remove consciousness from human beings and begin storing human minds in a matrix lifestyle, making them see a completely different reality than what is happening, using human consciousness to feed a bigger space monster. But in the end, the storyteller realizes that it's either death as a slave or death by fighting back, and the only way to fight back against the aliens is to go on a massive, genocidal murdering spree. They can't store our consciousness if we're all murdered. Fun fact, the author had to put up a disclaimer stating that this was obviously fictional, out of fear that people would take the ending seriously. September 17th, 2010. A classic story about what happens when you buy items off the internet, pre-Craigslist era. What was supposed to be an empty laptop ends up having an unlabeled video and picture files. The storyteller then discovers that the original laptop owner used to stalk a woman. What starts with recording the victim from afar quickly descends when a video shows the victim being tied to a chair, brutally beaten. The final video plays, showing them finding a new woman, bringing in a large trash bag, and then filling a bathtub with corrosive substances. Once the storyteller turns it all into the police, he discovers that it was not a man who stalked the woman, but rather a man's wife, and the woman she was stalking was a girl that the wife's husband was having an affair with. SpongeBob: Hope is Lost. A creepypasta that falls under the Lost episode subgenre. I have tried to keep my biased opinions to a low throughout the script, but good God, it feels so aged that it almost comes across as a troll pasta. An intern at Nickelodeon discovers an unreleased episode called Hope is Lost, and then it just follows every single cliche possible. Gore, weird messages, eerie foreshadowing, and then the storyteller ends the story by... No, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna read the ending of this to show you how aged it is. Nick, wake up! My eyes slowly flashed open. I was in the break room on the floor. Above me stood my friend Tina, who said, "Oh, thank God you're okay. You just collapsed. You've been out for 5 minutes." My whole body was rattled, broken almost. Turning to her, I had this uncontrollable urge. Turning to Tina, I said, "Don't thank God on this day. He won't save us. He has abandoned us. His abominations. His failed creations." Tina looked aghast, horrified. She ran out screaming. I quickly got up and quietly left, and here I sit writing my story of the day, calmly. Maybe now I accept my place. And, oh, I have work to do. Isn't that right, Tina? Slowly turning to her dismembered body. You are next. I end with this. I am coming. I am his chosen slayer for this world, a messenger of hell itself. And oh, I am coming for you. Each and every one of you. And you will never stop me. Don't try to run or hide. I will find you. It's from a fucking SpongeBob creepypasta. Jesus Christ. Mordecai. The story starts off with the origin of a drug, describing its effects and lethality, giving the user hallucinations before taking their life. The narrator mentions that his uncle had taken this drug, became addicted to it, and started kidnapping children and taking their lives due to the hallucinations that he would have, eventually taking his own life. The narrator begins to discover that the uncle was now haunting him, stalking everyone who was close to him. Spectre. A man visits an old church with his family before locking eyes with a strange tall man. The man wore a long black cloak with a hood over his head, hiding his entire body and only showing his eyes. Once the narrator looked away, he was filled with instant dread and fear, thinking the man, or entity, was coming towards him. After his mom says that they're going to leave, he looks back and the man has vanished. Many years later, he's reminiscing about this memory to a man, and the man asks if he's seen, quote-unquote, the photo. Not sure what he means. He goes home and researches the church. and he soon finds an image from 1963, one with a ghost staring directly at the camera. The ghost within the image is none other than the very same being that the narrator saw when they were younger. Lockup. The narrator discusses his hobby and lifestyle of breaking into storage units and selling whatever he can get. He discovers a mysterious unit one night, unmarked and built differently than others. But once he breaks in, he finds a corpse strung up, as if on display, like a mannequin. The corpse's eyes are sewn open, with their mouth stretched into a smile, the sides of the mouth being hooked against the walls of the storage unit. The narrator escapes and flees to a motel, where he loses his sanity. In the end, we discover that this story wasn't actually being told to us, but written down in a journal in which a mysterious person uploaded. The narrator would take his life via shotgun, but when investigated, the cops could only find the blood from his wound, but no body, implying that whoever strung up the corpse in the storage unit was now coming after the robber. Ability. A short story in which the narrator observes a homeless man. At first, the narrator thinks the homeless man is insulting passerbyers, calling them pigs, humans, cows, potatoes, and the narrator just thinks he's a delusional man. He even theorizes that the man could be guessing what people were in their past life, almost as a talent show performance. So, a few days later, he finally walks up to the man. One day, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to ask him what was going on. As I walked up to him, he looked at me and said, "Bread." I tossed some money into his cup and asked him if he had some kind of psychic ability. The homeless man smiled and said, "Yes, indeed. I do have a psychic ability. It's an ability I obtained years ago, but it is not what you might expect. I can't tell the future or read minds or anything like that." "Then what is your ability?" I asked eagerly. "The ability is merely to know the last thing that somebody ate," he said. I laughed because I realized he was right. He said bread. The last thing I had eaten for breakfast that day was toast. I walked away shaking my head. Of all the psychic abilities someone could have, that one must be the most useless. And the story ends. But if you were paying attention, you would notice that the plot twist wasn't at the end, but rather, it happened in the beginning of the story. He is able to tell what people ate last. And as a businessman walked by, the homeless man said, "Human." Sunlit Nightmare. A lost footage creepypasta based around an animator, John Weldon, and his disturbing artwork. John would develop narcolepsy, waking up in the middle parts of the day, screaming, but he would never elaborate on his dreams. Suddenly, Sunlit Nightmare would begin to be produced, born from the dreams that John suffered through. Once finished, he showed it to an executives of a children's channel, but they were horrified by his creation and turned it down. John would move on to other projects, with his narcolepsy finally fading away. But a decade later, the channel would accidentally air Sunlit Nightmare at night, and someone recorded it. Of course, it's supposed to be lost media, so there is no actual recording. But there is a description of it, talking about a claymation monster eating a child, followed by psychedelic visuals and weird high-pitched music. The final shot shows the child from earlier, singing about being stuck in a loop. Every day it's the exact same thing. The monsters roar and bite and sting. No one is home. No one can help me. I wish I could leave, but outside I see the burning dry glare, the brightness in the air. I used to fear the dark, but now I'm the only one who had to deal with an endless, hopeless fear of the sun. However, the image that accompanies the story isn't even the works of John Weldon, but of the famous YouTube animator Lee Hardcastle. Small talk. "I'm going to kill you when you leave the party," a man says to the narrator. The man proceeds to explain in great detail, and rather nonchalantly, on how he's going to kill him before the narrator walks away. He asks for the host of the party to identify this man, and a few people begin to crowd around him. The narrator states that the man was threatening to kill him, and the man simply agrees. For some reason, as if put under a spell, the entire room of people nod their heads and agree with the man's murderous ideas. Afterwards, he goes on a long rant about all of the gruesome details on how he'll torment the narrator's family, as the group of people laugh and smile along. In the end, the man tells the narrator that if he isn't having fun, that he should just leave the party. Doing so, the narrator walks out the door, and by the time he gets to the parking lot, he begins to hear footsteps rushing behind him. The man has come to do as he said. Camerahead. I've covered a lot of lost media and lost episodes, but this story seems to be one of the first to be an actual lost creepypasta. Eventually, though, it was finally discovered in 2020, being a story written on 4chan back in 2009. It is referred to as Camerahead, The Cameraheads, or I Killed a Camerahead. In the story, the OP wrote, X, what's a camerahead? I was walking home through a nearby gully and came across a weird stack of rocks and a torn envelope with some writing on it. It appeared to have been written in charcoal or ash. It said, I killed a camerahead. On the next line, it took Trevor. And on the last line, get help if I don't come back. And there was a mini DVD nearby. This was all that was on it besides static, though I had to watch it a few times before I found this clip. Who took this video? A camerahead sounds really silly if it's a monster with like a camera for a head. The user attached a video, uploaded on the same day as the story. The video contains mostly static, with a few glimpses of footage spliced in between. 2 teens being followed, a shadow lingering in a room, and a strange white face is the only actual footage seen. For some reason, there's an idea that cameraheads predate other creepypasta monsters, being titled as the first creepyhead monster. But, if we're being authentic, Jeff the Killer was created and posted in 2008, while the camerahead story was posted in 2009. Silent Film Museum. The narrator, while visiting family and friends, decides to explore the area. He finds himself at a Russian museum, which seems abandoned at first, until he explores it. The narrator enters a theater, only to realize that the films are all supernatural, as they begin to display films recorded from the viewer's perspective, and recording the perspective on the day that the viewer is going to die, forcing you to witness how, when, and where you will perish. The bunk bed. The narrator mentions that they were very young, and during the night, their older brother would bully and torment them as a child, talking about all of the cruel things they were going to do to them, like snapping their fingers over and over, waiting for it to regrow just so they can break it again. But they would never actually go through with it. Eventually, the kid grows older and discovers that they have never had a brother. They were supposed to, but the brother had passed away during pregnancy, leaving the narrator to be an only child, meaning that there was something in the room with the child, talking about torturing them, and no one ever found out who it was. Tulpa. A story about a man who partakes in a psychological experiment. He ends up making a tulpa of himself, which is when you generate enough energy in your mind to create a paranormal being that only you see and feel. Unfortunately, his own tulpa developed sadistic, warped ideas. But in order for this to happen, that would mean the man himself had these tendencies. After being drugged and tormented by the scientists, he broke free and ran home. Once he semi-recovered, he reported the scientists to the police, only to find that the lab was abandoned. The scientists all were using fake names, and the money he was given for his experiment was untraceable. But his tulpa had escaped as well, and it was hungry for blood. Another senseless ritual. This story is told as someone is talking directly to you, warning you for stumbling across, as stated, another senseless ritual, except the title is rather direct. If you do not follow the exact procedures, the being talking to you will completely strip you of your senses, only granting them back occasionally for torturous reasons. The only way to get your body back is by getting someone else to start this, to start up another senseless ritual. aesthetically pleasing. A creepypasta about the horrors of makeup. It's a satirical metaphor, from what I can understand, on how society drags women through endless charades with unhealthy beauty standards. How men want women to have a natural look, but then lust for celebrities that are caked with expensive hairstyles while ignoring the natural look of their own partners. When in reality, the main character is actually a monstrous-like being, disguising itself as a human. The story ends with the main character's boyfriend finding out that every girl is secretly a monster, kind of hinting at the whole "this is our natural look," but in a humorous way. The couch. A creepypasta about a family receiving a couch that previously had someone die on it. The storyteller then sees a hand reach out to them from underneath the couch. However, the story is up for interpretation. The kid sees a hand. The hand tries to give him a bag of something, but the boy runs away before anything further happens. Many years later, the boy walks into a store and sees a bag with a similar logo as the one from underneath the couch. It was a bag of razor blades, and that's how the story kind of ends. It makes you wonder if the hand was trying to get the boy to harm himself, or if it was hinting at how the previous owner had died. Lastly, I've decided to choose a few that I deem as my personal favorite, ones that were not a part of the iceberg. Whether they have aged like wine or milk, they're still favorites to me. Symmetry. The narrator has a severe case of OCD, wanting everything in their life to be perfectly even and symmetrical. However, the biggest issue lies within their biggest insecurity. The narrator has heterochromia iridium, or two different colored eyes. One eye is green, and the other is blue, leaving him to be asymmetrical for the rest of his life. Finally, he snaps. The narrator decides to remove his green eye, deeming it as the outlier, as his whole family has blue eyes. Once they go through the gory, horrific self-mutilation, they're left with the horrific, albeit kind of funny realization. They went from having an eyeball on either side of their head to having a gaping hole on only one side of the face. Still asymmetrical. So, in order to fix this, the narrator then removes the other eye, blinding himself completely. And now, at last, he can feel peace. The Seed Eater Experience. The Seed Eater Experiences is a massive compiled list of stories, all from across the internet, all discussing a mysterious, mask-wearing cryptid. It's argued to be the creepypasta that Skinwalker stories originate their ideas from. This being hunts after children and haunts those who have witnessed it. Later, a short story, Through the Trees, written by a different author, would end up making the Seed Eater more famous, but personally, the Seed Eater Experience is a slept-on classic. Zalgo. Also known as He Comes. Zalgo is an ancient evil entity, which does not have an appearance. Although the author states that Zalgo is not of Lovecraftian inspiration, it's hard not to pair Zalgo with the premise of incomprehensible horrors. To experience Zalgo is to experience insanity, and even sometimes death. Zalgo is the end times. Zalgo denies fate. Its presence questions fate. Zalgo can show up in any form of reality, but often displays itself in text-based documents. You will know you're in the presence of Zalgo when the text on your screen begins to glitch and stretch across the screen. But it doesn't matter what you do next. It's too late. He comes. World's Best Psychologist. A child struggles through school, feeling like no one would notice if he disappeared. His parents are always strict and cruel towards him. No video games, no friends, no playing outside, nothing. After finally having enough, he goes to talk with the new school psychologist, Dr. Tanner. Dr. Tanner promises that he'll fix the situation, and he kidnaps the main character for weeks at a time. Dr. Tanner has him watch the news occasionally, seeing updates about how the narrator has gone missing, seeing his family sob hysterically on TV, pleading to whoever kidnapped him to just please return him. that they love him so much and feel horrible for not being there enough for him. As time goes on, the news updates about how they discovered a body in the river, one with identical height to the narrator, but the body had been decapitated and burned beyond recognition, and along the body was the narrator's school ID. The news outlet presumes that the body is the missing child, the narrator, and thus, his family weeps on live TV. Dr. Tanner then hands the narrator a bottle of water and makes him promise to never tell anyone about what happened. The water was drugged, and the narrator passes out. He awakens in a park, one near his house, and sees his father sitting on the steps. He calls out to him and is reunited with his family with a longing embrace, one that he never felt before in his life. He mentions that ever since being reunited, his family showers him with attention and love, and that he is finally experiencing genuine happiness. However, he asks himself in the end, who did Dr. Tanner decapitate and throw off the overpass? The Human Depository. This isn't a haunted comic or one that curses the reader, nor was it never meant to be created, nothing like that. It's just a comic that focuses around two robots going about their daily services. Robot 1 acts as a scavenger, looking for humans to give to Robot 2. Robot 1 asks what Robot 2 does with the humans that he finds, and we get a step-by-step presentation on what they do. First, they detach the head via chainsaw. Second, they attach the head to a mysterious device, which keeps the human's head alive. They then plug the machine into a computer and analyze the human's worst, deepest fears. Using the computer, they create what can only be described as the worst possible experience that this human can encounter, combining excruciating pain with horrific psychological situations. They then take that created experience and feed it directly into the human's consciousness. And the best part is, they never get used to it. Once the human begins to react to the newly fed simulation, the robot places the head into a soundproof orb, and not a single scream can be heard from the orb. The human is left to scream, alone, in an orb of darkness, where no one can hear them. Once encapsulated, Robot 2 says that typically, humans can last up to 90 years inside of the orb, never getting used to the pain. In the end, the robots open a hatch and toss the orb down a tunnel, where we discover an entire vast cavern filled with other orbs, filled with other human heads, filled with screams, pain, torment, and misery. And the comic ends. Well, there we have it. I didn't think I would ever do something this long, but hey, it's Halloween. I had a lot of ideas, but nothing really scratched that itch, quite like taking a look back on decades of internet horror. I know I've definitely missed a lot, and absolutely feel free to list your favorites in the comments below. I don't normally care for icebergs, but this was fun and nostalgic to do. So, have a happy Halloween, and have a good night.